Yes, sir.
Councilman Goodwin, you good? Councilman Drake, you good? Councilman Lightfoot, you good? Councilman Smith, you good? You good?
I'm not good, but I'm ready for this thing to start.
All right, the time is 7 p.m. and I call this regularly scheduled meeting of the Red Oak City Council to order. Let it be known that we have a quorum present with all council members here. And all staff and legal have advised that we're good to go. So if you would please rise and allow me to lead us in our invocation and our pledges, please. Heavenly Father, thank you for us to be able to see some of your glorious creation, and what wonders you have controlled in the universe and then down here locally. Please help this council have an open mind, open heart, listen to all the citizens who are speaking tonight, make the best decisions for the common good. Please bless our first responders, fire, police, military. Watch over them, give their families comfort. Be with our city employees, workers that keep the city going. And be with all our citizens. In your name I pray.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Oh, shit. I noticed.
All right.
Great.
And I forgot to say that all notices were posted in accordance to Texas Government Code Section 551. We're here to conduct the business of the city. I apologize. Chief Wolf.
Mayor, council, I want to take an opportunity to introduce to you one of our new employees. As you know, in budget last year, we requested a position for a crime victims liaison assistance coordinator for the city. That's a legislatively required position that we have to have within the police department. And through an extensive search, an exhaustive search, we picked our top candidate, and this is Crystal Butcher. She's a crime victims assistance liaison for the city. She comes to us by way of Corsicana, Texas, where she completed high school and graduated from Navarro College. She received her bachelor's and her master's degree in criminal justice from the University of North Texas. She was selected as our crime victims assistance liaison because of her demonstrated because of her demonstrated skill sets, her high level of integrity, coupled with her strong desire to support and assist individuals in crisis. Prior to this current position, she worked as a conservatorship caseworker with the Child Protective Services for about 12 years, where she worked with children and families and referred them for services and advocated for their best interest and performed ongoing assessments and follow-ups to ascertain their needs and how to best serve them. So bringing her on board with us, we hope that because of her demonstrated skill sets and her performance in her previous job, she'll be able to excel in this. She's been doing quite a bit of training, getting up to speed on the crime victims liaison part of this, because it's new to us as well. We've never had that resource. But again, being legislatively required, we're able to put that in play. And she's making a lot of progress really quickly for us. And we're hoping that that continues to grow as we go forward. So Crystal Butcher, City Council.
Welcome. Welcome. Thank you. Yeah, great to have you. Okay. All right, so this is part of the agenda item that we can actually do some proclamations and some announcements, and this is kind of goes right along with what Miss Crystal is going to be working on.
I know Crystal too.
Oh, how fabulous though. So April 24th is National Child Abuse Prevention Month. And it's a tough thing to talk about, and I'm talk about some of the statistics that Ellis County Advocacy Center, they have done 437 forensic interviews, 549 crisis intervention strategies, and 554 referrals were made. 107 children received mental health service. Child abuse and neglect is a serious problem affecting every segment of our community. Finding solutions requires input, action from everyone in our community. Our children are our most valuable resource and will shape the future of Texas. Children can have long-term psychological, emotional, physical effects that can be lifelong consequences for the abuse victims. It takes everybody to keep their eye out and know that there's resources within our county to help each and every one of these children. So I, as mayor, do hereby proclaim April 24th as National Child Abuse Prevention Month in the city of Red Oak, and urge all citizens to recognize this month by dedicating ourselves to the task of improving the quality of life for all children and families. So thank you for what you do. And you feel to speak more to?
The only thing that I would add to that is that our work, working with children, we have to have partners, including law enforcement, the DA's office, Child Protective Services, our investigators, and also medical professionals. And we could not do the work without a team of people coming together. So we thank Chief Wolf for being one of our partners in Red Oak. And we work closely with Detective Nelson as one of our CID detectives. And we just thank you very much, Red Oak, City of Red Oak, for your support. So, okay.
Right along with it, Chief Wolf, would you please come up here? So this week, Miss Crystal, I apologize. Thank you. Yep. So great. Excellent. You got somebody for that now. Excellent. Good to have you. Wow. All right. So this is National Crime Victims' Rights Week. The term victim is more than just a label and has legal standing and protection that goes along with it. You could probably tell me more all about this. So victim service providers, advocates, law enforcement officers, attorneys, and allied professionals can help survivors find their justice in enforcing their rights. It's kind of hard for me to talk about it, but if you please go ahead, and then I'll.
Good evening. You hear? Good evening. National Crime Victims Week this month is April 21st through 27th. The National Crime Victims Week is an annual observance that brings communities together and raises awareness about victims' rights, protections, and services. This is an opportunity to honor victims and advocate for them. The National Crime Victims' Rights Week has been held every April since 1981. And this year's theme is a call to action. How can we as a community help victims? How can we provide them with options, services, support, and help? This year's theme challenges all of us to be prepared to help victims of crime by learning about available resources in our communities and being able to offer support if someone that we know confides in us about something that happened to them. Office for Crime Victims is committed to enhancing the nation's capacity to assist crime victims and providing leadership in changing attitudes, policies, and practices to promote justice and healings for all victims of crime.
Excellent. And so, as mayor of the city of Red Oak, I hereby proclaim that week, April 21st through the 27th, as Crime Victims' Rights Week, and reaffirm the city's commitment to creating a victim service and criminal justice response to assist all victims of crimes throughout the year, and express our sincere gratitude and appreciation for those community members, victim service providers, criminal justice professionals who are committed to improving our response to all victims of crime so that they may find relevant assistance, support, justice, and peace. So thank you very much. Not last at all, but Ms. Stevens, if you would come join me. So she really kind of runs a lot of the stuff. She keeps everybody in line, especially him, and helps us tremendously. And it's amazing. So this organization, this is the 55th annual Professional Municipal Courts Week, which is going to be May 5th through the 11th of 2024. And their little logo up here, I have to kind of say it. You're all that and a bag of chips. Happy Professional Municipal Clerks Week. They're the oldest among the public servants. They link the professionals between the citizens, the governing bodies, at all levels. The number of hats that she has to put on her head to keep things going. She's got a full closet, and that's part of this half a wing down here to keep shoveling and putting the new one on. And so I hereby recognize the week of May 5th through the 11th as Professional Municipal Clerks Week, and further extend our appreciation to your professional municipal clerks, to our own. We have two actually, which is great. No, we have more than two. We just have the two that are certified. And to all professional municipal clerks for the vital services they perform and their dedication to the communities they represent. So thank you very much. Okay. So the time for citizens' comments. Citizens' comments. People have filled out requests to be able to do that. They can speak on any item that's off or on the agenda. Their talks are limited to 3 minutes. Several people have filled citizens' comments out, but in reviewing some of them, they are also linked to a specific item. So I'm asking, if I call your name and you want to speak at both citizens' comments and that item, just let me know and we'll make sure that that happens. If it's that you just want to speak in citizens' comments, that's fine. And I'm going to list them as the way that we've received them. And then we have some that are listed for specific items. And if you wanted those in citizens' comments and I didn't call your name at the end, let me know and we'll move it up to citizens' comments. Okay? Is that right? Got it. All right. So Mr. Flannery. So I see people looking around like they didn't know that they need to fill something like this out. They're back in the back. So if you would fill that out, we'll still go ahead and allow those. If you'll turn them into Ms. Karen. And you're limited to 3 minutes and somebody's got to watch. Okay.
It's on the screen.
Okay, cool. Mr. Flannery, if you'll give us your name, address, and what you care to speak about.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your time. My name is Sean Flannery. I live at 1631 Standback Road, Red Oak, Texas. I stand tonight to present information for your consideration. My words are not an attack on anyone's point of view or views of future of Red Oak. I stand here tonight to simply make a case for the citizens and businesses of Red Oak, Texas. Approximately 37% of the children of Red Oak ISD are on free or reduced meals. This is an old statistic. However, I have heard unconfirmed reports that today the number may be as high as 60%. You may be asking, why is a Red Oak ISD statistic important to the City Council? This number represents that a significant portion of our population is economically disadvantaged. In my opinion, this statistic is an indicator of Red Oak citizens facing deteriorating economic situations as the prices of essential goods and services increase at record levels. These people need your consideration, your compassion, and desperately need your action. I ask that while you consider tax abatements, that you also consider reducing tax burdens on citizens and businesses in our community. The Industrial Development Fund is projected to have a balance of over $21 million and represents 23% of the budget. That seems like a good place to start for me. I agree that business development is essential for the future of Red Oak, but an entire community must be considered in all future plans. It is hard to call ourselves a vibrant community while a significant portion of our community needs an organization to provide food for their children. This body has the power to make an immediate impact on people's lives. The City Council can do this by reducing the tax burden on people and businesses. Future economic plans are not helping people feed their families today and helping them put fuel in their car. I urge the City Council to prioritize well-being of the community by taking concrete steps to reduce the tax burden on citizens and businesses. Let's leverage the resources available, such as Industrial Development Fund, that can provide immediate relief to those facing economic challenges right now. Your actions must align with our constitutional values of equal treatment under the law. It's time for proactive measures that demonstrate your commitment to supporting our residents and businesses in Red Oak. Thank you for your attention and dedication to our community's prosperity.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Flannery. Lori Plaster. So this was so this was an online submission, so we'll enter it into the record, and more specifically, I think it has to do with item 16. So we'll make sure that it gets there. Okay. 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 Yep. Mr. Moses, good to see you. Okay, and you want to go to the 16? Okay. Mr. Bergdorf? Do you want to go to 12 or do you want? Okay. And Stacy Haynes? You want to do 14 or you want to do now? Okay. And Mr. White, you want to do 15? Okay. So when I get to that, please raise your hand. Make sure, I'll try to remember. Because we have several that have been submitted for others. Okay, was there anybody else that wanted to speak in citizens' comments? Okay. Good. All right. So that concludes citizens' comments. Okay, so we are now at a time for what we call consent agenda. Consent agenda are items that are considered routine in nature that can be acted upon in one motion. Any council member or management can pull those if they need to be considered separately. They are items like minutes, items that we've been briefed on multiple times in the past several meetings. Is there anything that needs to be pulled? Okay, I'll entertain a motion by a show of hands to approve the consent agenda.
Motion?
Okay, motion first.
So moved.
Okay, so that was Drake. Second was Goodwin.
Yep.
Those in favor by show of hands. Okay, that's 5-0. So that gets us to 1 through 9, and we are going to go into closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071. And we do expect to pick up regular business there afterwards. And we need
council.
council.
Yes, and the city managers, Emma and Ben.
Okay, all those, and that time is what is it? 7:22. And we will be right back in.
I haven't, no, I don't have one today. I'm sure you have. I didn't get a chance to get yours, but. Swinging about. Get on those. You don't have one either. You know, I eat too many of them. Will it be with my wife? I have. Okay. A couple of years back, but I have. Real good.
So the time is 7:55 and we will reconvene back into regular session. Item 11. Discussion and direction from the council on interpreting the requirement of Code of Ordinance 13.14.078 underground service requirements to allow an extension of overhead electric lines and allow placement of 2 new electrical poles on Pierce Street to serve the Red Oak Gardens subdivision. Mr. Hartman.
Mayor, council, we've had a request from a developer. If you'll remember, a couple years ago, there's a small subdivision, 27 lots off of Pierce Road. Just to acquaint you, here's 342 Red Oak Road, come south along Pierce, and there's this vacant property here that is under development for 27 single-family houses. The developer, in order to serve the new subdivision, is getting his design done by Encore for electric service. And there are existing poles along Pierce Road. And they stop just shy of the development, which is here. So they are requesting to extend the overhead lines where there are currently no overhead lines, which would be, in my interpretation, against the ordinance. As there are no existing lines there, the only allowances the ordinance has is to replace or maintain existing poles. After being told this, the developer asked if there's any way around it. I said the only people could overturn it is the city council. So the ask is to add essentially 2 electric poles from the end of the existing line here, be one about here and one about here. Give you a better map here. The ones in red along Pierce here are the existing lines, and so it'd be adding 2 new poles to extend the overhead lines in order to get electric into their subdivision. Now it would go underground from there, but it would be extending electric lines that are not currently there.
Okay. So,
Yeah, Mayor and Council, what you would be doing, what Mr. Hartman is asking is the developer is basically asking for a waiver of your subdivision regulations as applies to overhead lines. So what you would consider is a motion to waive the requirements of 13.14.078 to allow 2 additional overhead electrical lines on Pierce Road.
okay, so I will entertain that motion to waive ordinance number
So
1314.
Second,
So,
sorry.
Lightfoot. Second was, Drake. Those in favor by way of hands to waive.
1 second, Mr. Mayor, I do
I'm
have
sorry.
quick unreadiness. How many neighborhoods have we ever waived this or had this situation happen in Red Oak
None that I'm aware of that have been waived.
that have been waived? Okay. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, those in favor of waiving it? Show of hands. Those in favor of not waiving it? Opposed to waive it? Okay,
As a result, it fails, so the ordinance stands as written.
Thank you.
thank you. Item 12, and this is a continuation of a public hearing and consider approval of ordinance number 24-012, the city Red Oak, Texas, amending the comprehensive zoning ordinance and map of the city of Red Oak, Texas, as heretofore amended by granting a change in zoning from agricultural AG to planned development 169, PD 169, to allow a mixed-use development of single-family residence and commercial use on 28.739 plus or minus acres of real property located approximately 1,450 feet south of East Ovilla Road and east of North State Highway 342, as described as a tract of land situated in the Benjamin E. Fraser Survey, abstract number 371, and McKinney and Williams Survey, abstract number 751, City of Red Oak, Ellis County. So you'll give us a background, and since this is the continuation of public hearing, and we do have people that are asking to speak.
Correct. Good evening, Mayor and Council. This item actually came before you in February, and the item was requested to be taken back to reflect some of the requested changes in the plan. But I'll kind of rebrief you about what the site is all about. So this is a proposed horizontal mixed-use development with commercial on the front. There is no commercial development at this point in time, but as you can see on your screen, these sites here, lots 1 and 3, would be a non-residential commercial development. They did conceptually place the buildings along the side of along the sidewalks to encourage pedestrian activity. And this section towards the rear is completely residential on 1 lot. It is currently 208 lots. The original submittal had 210 lots. They did remove, there were 3 lots here in an effort to allow more parking spaces so that there could be access to the clubhouse and access to the ponds. They did relocate 1 lot and removed 2 lots from the subdivision. Access to the site will be from 342. They also added control access gates. These are one of the changes that were made. They added control access gates so that public access would be limited to this section right here. So control access gates are here, here, and here, 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 and on this side that leads through Shadow Bend Drive. So the public wouldn't be able to access these areas without some sort of code that would be given to the residents of the subdivision. All of the property would be maintained by the property owner. So all the landscaping, the fencing would be maintained by them. They would be responsible for that. And the public access easement, all the internal drives would also be maintained by them. Even the drive that will serve the public to the pond and the clubhouse. The ranges of the homes, they're going to range from 833 square feet to 1,730 square feet. There is a preliminary table here that shows the approximate breakdown, but this is non-binding in the ordinance. This is just an approximate breakdown, but there will be a maximum of 833 square feet. 1-bedroom units will be a maximum of 18.
Can you stay on that? for
Yeah,
just a minute?
Sure.
Yeah,
Oh, sorry.
please.
Why is that non-binding?
They requested to have flexibility in the case that when they do develop, they can switch around the numbers. But they did say that the 1-bedroom units would be capped at 18. And that was put into the PD regulations. Yeah, okay. So as a reminder, this development is unique in the fact that most of the drives, the garages will be facing them. So all of the pedestrian activity, or a great majority of the pedestrian activity will be located internally. One of the requests that was made by the Planning and Zoning Commission, and also that it be reflected by City Council, is that the sidewalks be reflected on the internal drives that's along here, for example. Be reflected on along here. But what they did is that they did add more connectivity on the sides of the blocks so that it would increase pedestrian activity. Example here. They do have anti-monotony standards so that the architectural style, the specific elevation style right across the street or the internal drive, it can't have the same architectural style as the one that on the lot across, and 3 homes along the same block cannot also have the same elevation style. So that's to prevent any sort of monotony in the design style. The amenities in the subdivision, they include a clubhouse. One of the requests was to reflect how the public restroom was going to be located, where it was going to be located, so that those who are visiting the pond would have access to it. They did reflect it on this side. Another one of the comments was to for the pond to have the trail located around the pond, and they did include that as well. They're also showing a fire pit in this area as well, where the parking lot is. And these are the elevations. The elevations range from Texas traditional, Craftsman, French provincial, and colonial. It did provide exhibits of the proposed gates for the controlled access gates that were added to the site. These are just sample elevations. And also they provided elevations of the masonry wall that will be provided along the west and north sides of the subdivision. Here's the landscaping plan, which will be maintained, it will have to be updated or maintained by the property owners, by property management. So there were 4 requests that were made by the Planning and Zoning Commission. They recommended that the clubhouse have a restroom which has public access, sidewalks be added along the internal drive aisles, a trail be added around the pond, a covered school bus and a covered school bus be added to the site. They did reflect those changes on the site plan. They, as I mentioned earlier, the sidewalk or the trail was shown around the pond. They showed the location of the restroom in the clubhouse, and they showed more pedestrian connectivity with the sidewalks. And they also showed the proposed, and this is just a conceptual location for the bus stop here location.
So, do you know, has that been reviewed by the school district?
So we did reach out to the school district and they mentioned that school bus locations, their bus stop locations, they don't have a specific place. There's certain circumstances that could require it to be moved. But there's not a designated place for bus stop. So this location was actually pretty conceptual.
Yeah.
So it's subject to future demand to say, okay, we actually need the bus stop. This may be a better location. For example, if like a sex offender was located within a certain distance, they can have a bus stop there.
Yeah, and I know they are not all that excited about, they tend to park at the end of a street, which would be 342, to allow that kids have to walk all the way to there. So, that's a long walk if they're down here at this, because they can't get into the gated areas, right? And they'd have to do that U-turn there at the circle.
Right,
Okay,
correct. Yeah, they'd have to come here, go back out.
yeah, I know that with budget cuts, anyway, it would probably have to be on 342. Okay,
And the city council also recommended that they come back with those changes. They reflected that on them. And also there was recommendation that short-term rentals not be allowed, like specific language that short-term rentals are not permitted. So they did put that in their PD regulations that there has to be a minimum of 6 months for 6 months for a lease. And that was added in the PD regulations. And there is also recommended that occupants must park their vehicles in the garage. And that was also added inside the PD regulations. And as I mentioned earlier, 3 homes were removed from that location that's close to the clubhouse, and 2 were removed and 1 was relocated in the subdivision. Right. That is all.
all right. Anything else?
No, sir.
Okay.
So
So,
Yes.
the question on the parking in the garage, is that in their homeowner deed restriction type things? Because it may not be that we can enforce that, but they can.
Yes.
Okay.
So that wouldn't be in the PD.
So yeah, they did.
It is in the
include-
PD?
Yes.
Could you point me to it, please?
It's like GD, but it's
So,
driveways
yes.
or garages.
Residents must utilize garages and or driveways where applicable for vehicular parking. This will be enforced by the property management on page 9, the PD regulations document.
Not in the garage, it's on the driveway.
good counsel.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll save my questions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. So we have several that are in this public hearing. So since it's a continuation, I don't have to reopen it, correct?
You can reopen it right now.
Okay, we'll reopen that baby. And that time is like 13. Is that what you concur? Councilman Goodwin?
8:11.
Absolutely.
8:11.
12.
Very good.
Huh? 12, 14?
Says 12 on the screen.
Oh, there we go, 8:12. All right, so that's 8:12. Okay, Mr. Flannery.
From a mistake, I meant to put on 14, not 12, so
Okay,
if it's an issue.
Nope,
Just be.
I will move it there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, J somebody? J. He's a call in? Zoom? Do we have anybody on Zoom?
Yes, no reason to speak.
Is that-
Just listening in.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. J. My feeling is that you're probably for this.
Yes, I am.
Okay. Can we note that in the record? I'm sorry, Jay, do you have anything to speak about?
Sorry, background noise. I apologize.
Okay. Wayne, Bergdorf. Okay. I'm sorry. Please. Yep, come on.
Thank you, Nikki Moore. Glad to be back in front of y'all. I really do appreciate the continuance from last city council meeting.
Pardon me, ma'am.
Yes.
Could you state your address as well?
Oh, sure. 4416 Eaton Circle. It's Colleyville 76034. You're welcome. Yeah, just part of that continuation, I think it just allowed the developer to work again with the city and kind of iron out any details so that what we're putting forth before you tonight to vote on is clean and fresh and kind of up to date with the desires. I think with every land parcel, this particular land parcel has some unique geometry. It has, already a retention pond on it and some things that we want to highlight for the community. And we're also introducing a unique type of development. It's not traditional single family. It has a look and feel of a traditional single family neighborhood, but it kind of operates a little bit more like a multifamily. And so with that, I think that there's a lot of conversation and a lot of things we can learn from one another. What I really like about this type of product is that it is flexible. You can reskin it to look at different ways. You can move things around the site plan in a much easier way. And so it really allows us to work with each individual city to meet the requirements and to meet some standards or any kind of uniqueness that y'all want to see out of the development. And so I'm going to kind of cover a little bit what Emma has already covered, but I want to provide a little bit of more clarity and a little bit more color to it. And I also have some photos that we need to kind of go through. So first of all, as we kind of talked about the sidewalks. So the unique part of this development is the drive aisles are not your typical streets. They kind of function more like alleyways or fire lanes, if you will. And the front of the home is actually muse oriented. So those homes on each of these, they actually don't face the street, right? They face a common courtyard and have little front yards. And I'll pull up some pictures here in a minute. We can kind of discuss that. The idea is that your sidewalk connects from your front door, not your back door where the garage is. And so we don't have sidewalks in every drive aisle because the intent is to have the pedestrian connectivity from the front of the home. So everywhere on the site plan from your front home, you have pedestrian connectivity all around this community. And it's just to keep that vehicular drive aisle and the pedestrian corridor as two separate things. And it actually creates more of like a safer community in terms of not mixing those two. As she pointed out, there was a lot of discussion on how can we take the uniqueness of this development. It's got lots of unique aspects to it in terms of, hey, the garages and the drive aisles and things like that. They kind of face the quote unquote street. And so I think the collective decision was that the development as a whole, the residential portion needs to be more of a private community. So we have vehicular gate access, but we still want to have that pond and that amenity open to the public and to all the citizens of Red Oak. Because I hear there's some really good bass fishing in there. That's what I hear. I'm not a bass fisher myself, but that's the word on the street. So we have those ponds. So the idea is that from 342, the public can access along this drive corridor. There is parallel parking. So these homes actually don't face a muse, they actually face that street. So there's no garages on that main internal drive coming in. Those are actually the front of homes with parallel parking, as you would see in kind of more of a downtown single family kind of feel. And then we've added the additional parking at the clubhouse and right here for folks to access the pond. Now, once you're kind of in there and you're on that pedestrian connectivity, you can walk all over this development. It's just keeping the vehicular access out through the gates as a way to kind of control the public and the private part. So that being said, the bus stop, I know, like, we just kind of threw it right there as, hey, like the clubhouse, everyone would come there, it'd be a good central place. But we're completely open to kind of placing it at the front of the community, whether that's by the commercial or maybe it's right here at the corner in this space in between. I think we're completely open as to whatever the demand is at the time of when all of these homes actually get built. Once again, you know, we do have that there's restroom facilities that are accessible to the public. So there's a place for everyone to do that. And then I think one of the main concerns of this whole entire development is we do have some unique geometry to kind of work around, and we don't have a lot of main highway access toward the site. And so the commercial aspect was at the forefront of this development. We needed to go through this zoning process to actually see what was going to be needed here before we could actually take the commercial out to market. But the good thing is that you needed a secondary use to kind of complement that commercial. You need local rooftops, right? There's always that conversation of what comes first, the chicken or the egg. Is it the commercial come first and the rooftops follow, or do you establish the rooftops and then you get to gain the commercial? And so that's what we're kind of seeing in the market these days, especially after COVID, is just that you need those residential rooftops to really support that commercial. And that's where the commercial entities, the retail, the shops, coffee shops, et cetera, they look at what kind of incomes in the area, what kind of residents are there in order what they can draw into those spaces. So actually have Wayne Bergdorf here. He is a commercial broker working with this site. And so he's going to kind of provide some of that expert insight into what type of commercial would be supported here and whatnot. So I'm going to ask Wayne to come up here and then I will continue on my presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Wayne Bergdorf, 3000 Ray Street, Fort Worth, Texas. I'm a real estate broker with SVN Trinity Advisors in Fort Worth. My office does all property types of brokerage, land, office, retail, multifamily, industrial, special purpose, as well as the sales and leasing thereof. So we get to see all the property types and see it all and how it fits. I want to address, as Ms. Moore said, some of the things in the development. One that you don't see, and then one that you see in the site plan. One thing you don't see in this site plan, which is becoming more and more common today in urban planning, is this 3 to 4 story vertically integrated residential and commercial mixed use type product, where the ground floor has the commercial and the upper floors have the residential. Generally speaking, you don't see it here. We have found this concept works in a more densely populated and walkable environment, such as an uptown or a downtown type setting, or an urban village type setting. We have found that it does not work in more of a suburban setting, like a Red Oak. There's just not the walkability and density needed for it to work in that combination use. And just specifically the speed limit right there at this site on Highway 342 is 55 miles an hour. So that obviously is not a walkable environment. Specifically why it doesn't work in suburban settings. The building design has several things about it that doesn't make it work. The first floor commercial suites have very unusual depths. They have odd internal column placements, which make it hard for the tenants to do their layouts. There's a lot of time elevation changes at the front door to make it hard to work on buildings with that. There's lack of a drive-through lane in many of the developments. There's less exposure for their signage and for their visibility. And then truck delivery challenges are also tough. So that ground floor retail in that multi-story concept just doesn't work in a suburban setting. Lastly, the parking isn't conducive as well, as so many of the resident tenants will take up those parking spaces, and the commercial retail office folks can't get their parking in there, and they lose that visibility. So really, when given a choice, the commercial tenant really would much rather have a layout like you see on this site plan, with a dedicated commercial out front on the busier street, and then the residential on the backside, and not mixed together in the same building. Therefore, in my opinion, this site plan is a much more conducive to market standards in the suburban setting of Red Oak. Just for additional support, I looked around in other southern suburbs of Dallas and looking for that vertically integrated product. I only found one in Waxahachie that is at the corner of 287 and 77, 4-story development, 225 apartment units that are almost, they're over 50% leased. The project's only about a year old, and none of the commercial has been leased yet, which is indication of why the commercial tenants are just not gravitating to this type of location. And my second point was the demarcation line, if you will, from the commercial to the residential is right at 300 feet on this site plan. And that is very consistent with market standards, putting the commercial up front with and giving it that dedicated look, dedicated buildings. It's freestanding, and then separating the residential on the second tier. And that's common on locations such as this with the traffic counts of around 10 or 11,000 in Red Oak at this location. So wanted to address those 2 points for you, and then I'll defer back to Ms. Moore.
Thank you.
Okay, so now I have some pictures. Okay, so this is actually a rendering of how these homes, utilizing the elevations that were specifically created for this Red Oak development, would be facing on the Muse courtyards. That kind of gives you the vantage point of all the different styles that we have planned, that Texas traditional, the colonial, craftsman, and French provincial, of how those would orient and how people would utilize those front Muse areas as their pedestrian corridor. Okay, next, so here's some real life photos of some other developments that are situated on a Muse. So these are some smaller footprint homes and more of a master plan community. And they all front on the Muse. This Muse is still about that 35 foot in width, which is what we have programmed here on our Red Oak site plan. And so this kind of gives you an idea of how those buildings are oriented. The garages are in the back. And you still have that nice pedestrian corridor. There's some nice sitting spaces and whatnot into the development. This is just a vantage point from the other area. These muses can also be coordinated with some more ambient lighting just to create a sense of community and a sense of place. This is actually a more dense product. So I want you to only focus on kind of the fencing and the Muse. These homes are actually only 3 feet apart, where we programmed our homes to be 7.5 feet apart in this development. But I wanted to kind of give you an idea of these like small little front yards with the wrought iron fencing. So it kind of gives you a visual of how that will look and feel in the development, but this is in kind of real life. So kind of what you want to take away from this photo. Okay, so on these, so I think this kind of helps better explain those drive aisles. Now, once again, this is a 3-story product and they're 3 feet apart. So take that with a grain of salt. But it kind of gives you, and these alleyways are much narrower than what we're proposing. We're proposing 26 feet, which is the traditional fire lane for your emergency services. But then you'd have these garages with very, very short driveways. And this is intentional because we don't want folks parking their car parallel on that driveway and blocking any of that fire lane. And so when you talk about adding tons of sidewalks to these, there's really not the width to add the sidewalk. That's why the sidewalks are in the front of the home. That's where your pedestrian connectivity is. And these really just function as more alleyways in this development. So I kind of want to give you those photos as that visual representation. But then also too, this is kind of where those homes that are along the lake or pond, if you will, they would be facing this direction. And so this is kind of the visual you would look as if you were walking around the pond. So just wanted to kind of give you some ideas of how this would end up looking in real life at some other locations with some similarities. Those are the elevations once again. Yeah, we definitely thought we could do some kind of pergola for the bus stop. There was no specific parameters. We just wanted to be architecturally compatible with the rest of the development. And then just once again, I think when we start looking at the geometry of the site and its access and just the need for just a diversified kind of housing portfolio in the city of Red Oak for, all generational types, but also just what it could possibly bring in terms of taxable value to this area and turning this vacant, newly annexed land into some true value for those capital improvement projects and some other things that were mentioned in the audience today. So I'm happy to kind of answer any questions or drill down on areas y'all want to focus on. Here to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Moore.
Thank you.
Council, any questions?
I do have one question,
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Mayor, if I may.
Sure, please.
I think some of your verbiage in the PD is a little bit far-fetched.
Okay.
If I happen to own 3 vehicles, how are you going to dictate that I park my vehicle in the garage? Just say I want to use my garage for storage. I don't have that right living in this community?
So these homes are leased. And so in all of Greystar's property, the property management, if you're renting a home with a garage, which all of these have, that you use your garage for vehicular storage, not additional storage. And so they can, as the property management, they can dictate that. I would say that if you have, and I'm going to flip back to the site plan real quick. So there are some larger homes that are on the perimeter that also have tandem driveways. And so we would, we start talking to people about leasing a home, and if they've got 3 vehicles that they're registering with us as we're going through that process, we're going to push them toward one of these homes that also has an additional driveway so that your 3 vehicles can be parked over there. And so those are the ones that they would kind of be necessarily needed to lease. And those are more of the larger homes.
What's the consequence if I don't comply?
As would the Greystar representative like to take that question?
Excuse me, TJ Moore, 600 East Las Colinas Boulevard, Irving, Texas. The first time, Mr. Franklin, we're not going to kick you out, but we're going to basically say you have to park it. I'm sorry. The first time, we're going to tell you that you have to comply with your lease. It would be just like I don't know, if you're a constant noise violator. By the second or third time, we can evict you for that. It is part of our lease, and we have evicted people for that in other communities that have homes on them with garages. It really hasn't been a problem, though. Everyone does comply, and because at day one when you move in, and we point it out to you in the lease, and you know what you're signing up for. We have the beauty of these being homes versus apartments is there's more storage inside. So when you have an apartment that you lease, you have very limited storage space. Here in the homes, we've intentionally designed tons of storage space, like in the attics and stuff that you would have in a traditional home to store your stuff. But you do have to park in the garages, or you could face being evicted or lease termination.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I'm sorry, I want to have an additional item to that. I do have 3 cars. By however means I have them or own them, but I just can't afford to upgrade like she was recommending. What do I do?
Yeah, the beauty of this site and where we are on parking now, I think that's something really to touch on. And do we have that slide? slide by chance that shows our parking. So in general, if you were thinking of like a multifamily site in the city of Red Oak, the standards that are in the ordinance are 1.6 spaces per dwelling unit. Here, we're like 2.6 or 2.7 spaces per dwelling unit. So to answer your question, if you didn't have the means, this might not be the right community for you, right? I think that would be probably the first thing I would say is, hey, if you got 3 cars, we might not be the right community for you. But if someone buys a 3rd car after they're already moved in and they didn't get one with a driveway, but they're parking their other 2 in there, we have 1 more space per dwelling unit than a traditional multifamily does in Red Oak by ordinance. So we have a ton of parking on this site.
Good.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I just had a question on so we got a revised ordinance, I think, maybe right before the meeting. It mentions a maximum of 1560 square feet. Is that, I know the chart that we saw is not binding, so is the ordinance gonna be binding at 1560? This may be for Dr. Emma. If that's
That's definitely not our maximum. Our maximum is,
yeah, I saw the chart
Yeah.
and the comment that was non-binding. It looks like the 1560 is what's written here in this revised ordinance that we got.
and let me tell you the intent of why we didn't want to lock this in.
No, I
you know.
understand why you wouldn't. I'm just
Okay.
asking you. I mean, if that's what's in the ordinance and that's all we can hold you to, right? It's 1560.
Yeah, I want to definitely be able to build 1730. So for sure.
The only thing that limits in the ordinance is the amount of 1 bedrooms that can be built, which is 18.
I'll keep reading then, because I see that in here as well, but the only place for a maximum that's mentioned is 1560, so.
If we need to go back and look at the language, we can. But these are the square footages of the floor plans and the homes that we've designed. I think Grace R would like to, if say this 3-bedroom doesn't fit right here, or we need a different elevation, we can plug it in with a different we can plug it in with the other 3-bedroom that has a different square feet. So we want a little bit of flexibility in terms of as we get into the true civil engineering and development of the site, if we need to make some different
Yeah,
arrangements.
I mean, that makes sense.
Yeah,
I mean, you're
yeah.
saying 21 units, it might be 20
Yeah.
units. I get that. I wanted to be sure. I wanted to be sure that the chart that you're putting in is matching with what the language that we're trying to get approved. or looking to
Yes,
approve.
absolutely. And I think it's really important too, like 1/3 of these homes are over that kind of like 1,500 square feet size. And this is the net square footage. This is not including the square footage of the garage and whatnot.
This may be more towards fire department. Any issues getting in and out?
That was,
Like that?
I was gonna ask the same question.
You need the square footage of your trucks?
Right, I mean, it's got a 26-foot fire lane, where we require a 24-foot fire lane. That's typically with a greater offset, for out of collapse zones, that sort of thing. So we may have to, park away from the affected structure that's on fire to be able to, if it was in a fire situation, be able to fight that fire. But yes, sir, we can manage.
The fall area?
Correct. That's what I was saying. We may have to park, a couple of houses down from where the affected fire location, because these are right on the street, as opposed to having a greater setback that we're normally accustomed to.
Not right in front.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Wayne, how do you say your last name? I apologize. Okay. So we have 3 of those type of developments here in Red Oak that have commercial underneath and residential, and they're working. So, did you know that?
Yeah, I was running out of time, so I didn't speak to them. I surveyed those and looked at them and compared their rents to what market standards are. And there is a challenge at their rent levels to make them work. So yes, I read.
Okay, good. Thank you. I just didn't want you to have that impression that we're not cutting edge around here. All right. Questions?
Are there any citizen comments regarding this?
Oh, yeah. So we actually have other, no, we don't have anybody else that, so, yeah. So
Close the public hearing.
Can close, yeah. I
I'll
have a question.
entertain motion at 8:36 to close this public hearing. Is
So moved. Second.
that a good one?
Yes. Yes.
And Lightfoot? Good. Those in favor? Raise your hand. Okay, that closes at 8:36:50. Okay, entertain a motion to approve ordinance number 24 dash.
Should we,
Well,
we just have
yeah,
a little discussion for, sorry.
Yeah,
I don't-
I'll just go first, Council.
Yeah, I was just gonna, can we clarify the land use? Cause there were some comments about what was actually in the land use plan for this area. So if we got any details on that, and while you're pulling that up, I'll ask the second question, which is, don't we have a single family residential standard at 1800 with only a couple of exceptions at the 1600 level? I think those are older exceptions even too. So I just want to be sure because single families all over this, so I want to be sure we're looking at it from a single family standpoint as we're making our decision.
So the future land use plan identifies the site for planning area 15, and it, in terms of residential, it allows for mixed use, both horizontal and vertical. Their intention was to submit it as a mixed use, but if the council feels like this is not a type of mixed use development because of the residential component first, and not, simultaneously with the commercial, then they would have to come back. So it just depends how it's viewed.
Understood. It's residential only, but no commercial, but
Yeah.
it's.
We would have to come back and amend our comprehensive land use plan to allow this development.
We would have to,
Amend our land
Amend it?
use, comp plan.
when was the last time the comprehensive plan was updated?
2022.
Yeah, I felt like it was
It,
recent.
it's recent, it's not mandatory, but if you
Correct.
make that change, which Mr. Franklin's a profession, he understands that, but it can be amended by either the council or an applicant. They can ask for that request. This one did not, but my recommendation to you is if it does get approved, you have to amend your comp plan. So right now, I don't think it matches comp.
Not in favor of that,
The
but
point of not matching is the mixed use piece because it's all residential.
Yes.
Yeah.
whether they Councilman Lightfoot, I have a couple of questions as well.
Oh, go ahead. That was it. That's what I wanted to ask.
Dr. Emma, a couple of questions. Was there a P and Z or staff recommendation?
Yes, so staff did recommend that the P and Z and the council review the site. And if they are amenable to the novel concepts, because we don't have a concept like this, then it go through, and if not, recommended discussion. But just because this is a new concept, like we just brought up the future land use plan, there's different definitions of vertical and horizontal mixed use. So if we're looking at this in the lens of a horizontal mixed use, if we want to count it like that, then it's possible to look at it in that view. But if we don't, then we'd have to go back and amend the future land use plan.
Okay, thank you. Secondly, who is responsible for the upkeep of the streets in the gated community?
So all of the internal drives are going to be maintained by the property management, and all the landscaping, all of the fencing will be maintained by property management.
Except for the public road, right?
That public access will also be maintained by the property management.
So in the event there's an emergency, let's say police or fire, how would they have access to the property in the gated community?
So, yes.
Okay. And lastly, Councilman Lightfoot kind of spoke on this earlier about the smallest square footage in Red Oak is 1,800. Did I hear that correctly?
I think we heard that
15,
there are some
15.
16, a couple of areas of 16, but I think those are older areas that just hadn't been updated. Any new developments, 18 right now.
18, yeah, okay. Thank you. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, now I'll entertain a motion to approve ordinance number 24-012.
So moved.
Second.
That is Councilman Franklin. Second by Councilman Drake. Those in favor, show of hands. Those in, opposed? So that is, one to four. It fails. Okay. Item 13. Conduct a public hearing and consider approval of ordinance number 24-015, the City Council, City of Red Oak, Texas, amending the comprehensive zoning ordinance and map of the City of Red Oak, Texas, as heretofore amended by granting the change in zoning from Plan Development 28 revised PD 28R to Plan Development 28R revised to PD 28R2 for the development of a senior multifamily complex approximately 2.7824 plus or minus acres of real property described as Lot 2B, Pleasant Ridge Retirement Community, City of Red Oak, Ellis County, Texas.
Council members, this is a request for a senior multifamily development. This actually came before you all last year and it was approved. The applicant did go back to the table and they took into consideration the neighbors' feedback, some of the questions and concerns that city council members had, and they increased the density of the site. Originally, the site had 16 units and the minimum square footage of the units were 2,000 square feet. Now the density has doubled to 32 units and the minimum square footage is now 800 square feet. They're proposing 4 studios, 21 bedrooms and 8 2-bedrooms. There will be a masonry wall. Let me get there. For screening, they're proposing to have a masonry wall on the north and east and south sides of the site. And it will be gated. It will have controlled access through for the property. They did remove the fencing on the west side of the site because there were questions and concerns from the neighbors regarding there being a gap. So that creates an opportunity for various activities or any of that sort. So they removed that. And instead, when they do replat the property, they're going to include a maintenance easement on that side so that the neighbors of the west side of the site can have space to continually maintain their fencing because currently there is a fence on this side of the site. Let me get.
What is that fence made out of?
Yeah, that's what I'm. Get there.
It's a white vinyl fence.
And that's on their property?
It's on the
Property
neighboring-
line.
It's on the neighboring property. It's already existing.
Yeah.
But originally we asked them to put a wall there, but you can't build a wall on top of a fence, so.
Right. So is there, since that's gated, since the whole thing's fenced, they'll have access through a code so they can get around it?
Yes.
So they've also included in their submittal. Originally, they did not have an office on site, but now they've included a community center with an exercise room and an office. There will be 3 stairs and elevator sets on the east, north, and west side. And they submitted elevations of the proposed site. And the exterior will be a mixture of limestone, stucco, and hardy.
So can I ask, like, the second story? Can they have an upstairs, downstairs?
So it's going to be separated. Each unit was going to have its own unit on the first so it's going to be a first and second. It won't be a one unit of a two-story. There'll be each its own unit.
Okay, so those are just for architectural, the dormers are just vacant.
Correct, yeah.
Yeah. Sure, we can get you listed. Okay. Good.
Yes, sir.
All right, this is a public hearing. We'll open the public hearing at 8:47. We do have two people that have requested to speak. No. No. Yeah, so we have on Zoom, Mr. Rob Van Swelden. You see them?
I'm just listening in. Thank you.
Okay. You're just listening. And Mr. Aziz Bin Talib,
Yes, I'm here.
do you have anything to say on this?
I think he's the.
Or are you just?
No, no.
Okay. Council, is there anybody else here who wants to speak on this item?
No, sir.
Okay, entertain a motion at 8:49 to close.
So moved.
Second.
Franklin, Drake, closing by show of hands. It's 5-0. All right, council, any questions on this? We've been briefed on this multiple times. Any other questions? So from P and Z, there were some changes that were requested and they came back and redesigned it, correct?
Yes, there were feedback from Planning and Zoning Commission and the City Council. It was approved, but they took that feedback and submitted a revision.
Can you clarify the comment that they were asked to increase the density from 2,000
So,
square feet per hour to 800?
Yeah, in that respect, they had a challenge believing that a senior would need 2,000 square feet just because of the maintenance.
Right. I remember those comments.
Yeah, and then there was a possibility that maybe a family could like move in there, but so they reduced the size of them. Yes.
It feels like that's a big crunch. That's all I was asking. It's a big change.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions, council?
I just want to confirm we're going from 2,000 to 800.
Yes.
That's correct.
But I want to be sure that it appears like that was either at council and or P and Z's direction. I just don't remember. I don't remember the comments being that. Like,
I don't recall as well.
That's a big change.
Yeah. Okay. Probably, when did it come?
When did the feedback come?
Like November?
This case? Originally, December.
Might have been December.
December.
Remember we had a discussion about elevators and the two-story. That was the other thing that we mentioned on this one too. What's the elevator situation on this? I know you were talking about it. But...
Yes, so they added, so the elevators will be added on the east, north, and west sides.
Okay, so more elevators were added for access to the second floor.
32.
Right. So now they're all singles. Like each unit is one floor, but
Correct.
there could be, it's multi-level, so that elevators go to the other levels. Okay,
No,
That's
so
the
that's,
add-on. Sure,
yeah,
that's
so then here's the breakdown.
There, this is what I was looking for. Thank you, Dexter.
Sorry.
Okay. So most of them are in the 1,000 square foot range, the 991.
Correct.
Wait, how did the average get to 800 with these numbers then?
How did the what?
I thought, did I misunderstand you? The average was?
No, it said
Minimum.
Minimum,
Mhm.
okay, that's what threw me off. I'm sorry. I
Yes.
misunderstood.
Oh,
you.
no, that's fine. Mhm.
Okay. I didn't see this chart when I was looking at it.
You just said minimum.
Okay, that's my fault. That's my
Mhm.
confusion.
All good?
Yes.
Entertain a motion to approve ordinance number 24-015.
So moved.
Second.
Councilman Smith, Councilman Lightfoot, those in favor by show of hands. That passes 5-0. Item 14. Conduct a public hearing and consider approval of ordinance number 24-016, City Council, City of Red Oak, Texas, amending the comprehensive zoning ordinance and map of the City of Red Oak, Texas, as heretofore amended by granting the change in zoning from single-family residential district R3 to plan development 170 PD 170 for the development of an accessory dwelling unit ADU larger than the maximum allowed size on the site identified as Lot 9, Block 1, and addressed as 105 North Valley Street, City of Red Oak, Ellis County, Texas. Dr. Emma.
Council members, this is a request for an accessory dwelling unit. According to our ordinance, the maximum allowed size for an accessory dwelling unit is 650 square feet. The applicant is requesting to convert their existing accessory structure into an accessory dwelling unit, and that is 984 square feet. So it's approximately 334 square feet larger than the maximum. So the applicant has chosen to request for a plan development to allow their accessory structure to serve as an accessory dwelling unit for their relative. They have submitted a floor plan that shows there to be a living and kitchen area, art studio and gym area, bedroom, closets, 2 restrooms. And there was discussion about parking for the occupant of the ADU. So the applicant reflected a parking space here towards the rear of the site. During the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, there was a lot of concern about, because there's already concrete there, but there's just a little strip that's left that is gravel. There were concerns about converting that to concrete. They had concerns about increasing the runoff, the water runoff, and for access to the site. And that this is an alley that was mainly serving the existing homes that primarily use the alley for their primary point of access. So the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended a motion was made to move this parking space to this area here, but that motion failed. So the City Council would need to take a 3/4 vote on this one because it also received 40% opposition. So if there's 20% or more opposition from the neighboring property owners, then the City Council has to take a 3/4 vote on this one.
For the record, there's several public notices that were sent back.
Right.
On this one.
Yeah, so that's part of the record. Even though they don't come to speak tonight, the statute requires if there's written opposition of 20% of the adjacent property owners, it requires a supermajority. And according to Dr. Emma, it meets that criteria.
So, yes, so yeah, that was the recommendation. So that motion failed, and then it's going to take a supermajority at with City Council. The future land use plan does speak of a proposed Old Town overlay, which promotes for the increasing of value or promoting value on a property. And it also just discusses missing middle housing. So that doesn't necessarily have to come in the form of multifamily, but it can come in the form of allowing an accessory unit to be on a property owner's house. So that overlay hasn't been adopted, but that was a recommendation that was made in the future land use plan for this particular area. So these are the letters.
Can you
Yes.
Can you elaborate on that just a little bit, what you're talking about? What's a middle?
Missing, yeah, so missing middle housing, typically in certain areas, you'll have, for example, just single family homes. And then you'll have the extreme, which is multifamily. So a lot of the communities, they don't have, for example, duplexes, they don't have courtyard apartments, they don't have, in this instance, accessory dwelling units. So that's actually promoted in certain communities. So that was put.
So you want to have something in your land use that allows for that at some, it may not be this area, but you're saying at some part of your city should have an ability to have like kind of flexible.
Correct. In fact, in this particular area, in this downtown and the neighboring downtown overlay area, it was recommended that this be in there.
Gotcha. Okay.
Who recommended it?
Sorry?
Who recommended it?
Oh, the consulting company.
What?
The consulting company. Yeah, that wrote our future land use plan. Friesen Nichols.
Everyone had a committee.
Yeah. Committee.
Sorry.
Okay,
And sorry, so is that the reason why staff put this as recommended? Because it fits with that kind of concept of the missing middle?
Correct. And also, in this zoning district, there's a maximum lot coverage of 40%. And even with the accessory structure and the primary structure, they're at 25%. And they met all the setback requirements and all the other zoning.
So all the technical requirements are met. That's why staff's bringing in recommending that.
Correct.
Got it.
Yes, but there's a lot of.
Understood.
Yes.
We'll go through that.
Yeah.
If I got a garage out back, I can expand it, rent it to somebody for electric, right?
You can't
Well-
unless you come here and do this process, that's what we're gonna talk about.
That's what we're talking about, isn't it?
Yeah.
So no, not necessarily. If you, for example, if you want to rent out a room in your home, you can do that without coming to us. It's when there's an accessory dwelling unit, separate structure. Yeah. So, and even with the garage point, you're required, each single family home is required to have a 2-car parking garage at minimum. So they're actually converting that space back to a 2-car garage. They had it as used as another working area, but now they're converting it back to a 2-car garage per the city's ordinance.
okay, we go to that, let's, I guess, let's, yeah, blow that up, because or whatever that floor plan.
Oh, the floor plan?
Kind of orient us where, what's the real property and what's the new thing? Go
So
back.
this,
I don't see any garage there.
so there's nothing new. This,
I understand,
Mhm.
so, but they're converting that where it says 1-story frame that you're highlighting right there. That's what they're converting.
correct.
So it already has bathroom, plumbing, everything like that in there?
So they're adding it in there.
Oh,
Yes.
okay,
Yes, they have to add it in there because it wasn't used as living
okay.
quarters.
What is?
It was just a garage space. In fact, they submitted a permit for it to be like an art meditation center and then part garage. But they came back and they're like, no, we want someone to live in there. So then they were sent through planning and zoning.
When was that permit applied for?
End of last year, December, November period. Mhm.
So this is a public hearing. Let's open that because we do have some people that want to speak on that. And then we can ask, then we can kind of talk about it. Okay. Mr. Flannery, is this the one that you want to speak on?
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm sorry, the time is 9 o'clock. We're opening the public hearing.
Sean Flannery, 1631 Stainback Road, Red Oak, Texas. I stand in opposition to this proposal. I ask this body to please consider the predicament the residents will be in should this property owner to violate the existing ordinance to allow someone to live in that property. I heard the property owner state that he was going to allow his mother to live there. What happens like 4 years down the road when the next property owner decides to let whoever live there? Just please consider that predicament that the property owner, the local property owners will be in, should they have to try to get the city to get those people out. That's all I ask. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Henry. And then Ms. Haynes. Again, state your name and address and you have 3 minutes.
My name is Stacy Haynes. I live at 114 North Valley Street. The property was originally put up for sale for $299,000. It has water, electrical, and foundation problems. So they weren't able to sell it for that amount of money. They had to lower it exponentially so that, and because no bank would put a loan up on a house that has foundation problems and electrical and water without those being fixed first. So the gentleman that bought the house is an investor. I'm really close friends with, grew up right beside him at 107 North Valley, which is where my parents live right next door. The original 2-car garage that was attached to the home was enclosed so that Dale's sons would have a place to stay because he had 4 boys and then she had a son and a daughter. Then he built the detached garage that had the garage, and then he used it for like, he hunted. And so he would keep all of his hunting stuff in there. The concrete curb that was currently there that he pulled up, that was to help alleviate the water from spilling down to the neighbor because that alley already has water issues. And I know from my house at 114 that the city does not have in the budget to fix alleyways. So I was told to put a barrier or a berm in my backyard so that the water wouldn't come down because there's fiber and cable lines. He said that he told everybody that he was married and his kids were in school and he didn't want to move them down. They wanted to finish school there. Then at the meeting here last week, he told us, oh no, my ex-wife said that it's too far. And so we can't live out here. But he had also said that here, speaking on the mic, that he was a contractor, that he's not an investor, which is not a true story. And that he was going to live in there until school was out. And then him and his wife and all of them move in. So we don't know if he's married or not married because, you know, he just comes up and shakes your hand. He's got a big, huge smile. He's a salesman. So that additional concrete is keeping water from going in Glenda's home. So if he pours additional slab there, she's gonna have more water runoff. And if y'all allow him to do that, that water's gonna go into her house, which makes the city liable and him liable because you allowed him to build it. None of us neighbors want that. He's told everyone he's gonna do a gym. He's gonna rent out the front part, but not the back part. He's gonna move into it. He's not. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Haynes. Any other questions or comments on this public hearing?
I'm kind of confused on where's it stationed? Is it in the front or the back?
So let's close this public hearing first. So the time is 9:05 and let's close this public hearing.
So move.
Councilman Franklin. Drake. Whoop.
Weren't there?
There was some written opposition. It's
Yeah.
part of the record already.
No, already. Okay, I didn't know if we needed to do anything to get it in there.
Was the applicant not here?
The applicant here?
I have not seen him.
Okay.
So just to be clear, we don't need to read written submissions into the public hearing.
No,
It's part of the
that-
record, right?
Our planning director told us that there's letters in opposition.
That meet the requirements.
That
of the
meet the
supermajority?
requirements.
Yes, and they're in your packet.
So to be
They're in
clear,
your package.
So we'll just note that for our reference and that there were enough written responses in opposition to require us to do a supermajority.
All right, so
Okay.
Franklin
To close.
to close and second was Drake.
Yes.
Okay, and that's at 9:06 now.
Do we vote on that?
Yes. Show of hands, to close it. Okay. That's 5-0. Now there's questions, Dr. Emma, that you may need to answer.
Yes. Well, what part of the home is it adjacent to, front or back?
So this is the accessory dwelling unit, and then this is the alley.
It's in the alley.
Yes.
Fine, so-
And that's a used alley, correct?
Correct.
And it's porous
It's what?
gravel,
Yes.
but it's used by multiple all the time.
Yes.
So where's some concrete that was taken out or not taken out or poured or?
So they have not poured it yet. This, let me see if the letter, there's a picture in the letter opposition. Okay, this is good.
Okay, so is this the alley to the right?
Correct.
Bottom right corner?
Correct.
Good visual.
So then this is where he would park, but of course, in order to meet the minimum width, you'd have to add more concrete if he was gonna add parking at the rear.
Is that deep enough to park?
Into the alley?
Yes. No, not into the alley. Everything would have to be
Expand that.
completely on his property. line.
Correct.
Is that the
And there's
property line, that flag?
Yeah, where's the property line?
Typically would follow the fence and then also, let me,
Sure gonna parallel park.
Yeah.
yeah, it is parallel parking.
So how we have
It's not-
maneuverability?
So he showed a picture of his, that's the type of, I don't know, big truck. So I don't know the truck classifications. He showed it parked there, but he would have to either reverse in there and then come back out.
Yeah, I didn't see the maneuverability on the site plan, but
So where is that? What is that?
Let me show the site plan.
Site plans?
I can tell you, I live on that street. That alley is my alley too. I live just north of there. And it does. No, I said, well, I'm like, it's about 6 houses, 8 houses left. Beginning of North Valley Street. I'm at 121.
You're in the neighborhood, but not.
I'm in the neighborhood, but
within
not in the
200.
200-foot area.
Oh, noted.
Yeah. So that alley gets a lot of rain because the way the road is sloped up. The north side of Valley, or I guess the east side of Valley, all that water comes right in our front doors. 20 years ago, they put an actual in my road, my house. The city supposedly put a little drainage down to the back of the alley. So all that water does come down all the way from down.
So
So yeah. So this is the property line here.
center,
Yes, and then this is where the parking space is, and this is where he dimensioned the 10 feet, 10.5 feet that he has. And the minimum width is 9 feet for
Parallel.
yes.
No, there's 10 foot between the property line and the,
Accessory dwelling.
well, between the property line and the road. Or
The
alley.
property line, yeah, the alley and the
Yeah.
building, yes,
So he can park within there 9 feet.
right. But he would need to add that concrete
Right.
to complete that.
so now go to the photos.
Okay.
Because those are.
There you go.
I already asked.
Okay. So is that a flag? Is that a property line flag? Okay, and that's
Yes.
10 feet from that right there to the edge of the building.
Correct.
And how wide is the alley?
From what I remember, 15 feet.
It's a one-way alley.
Yes, yeah, because I drove down there and yeah, you'd have to really squeeze.
Okay. Now go back to the other photo. So that tree has to stay. Is that what that, so?
Yes, the tree's going to stay.
Right, so this is somebody else's driveway. Okay, and so there was a you said there was concrete there that kept it from flowing into the alleyway? That pile?
So yeah, there's an edging. Yes. So then he, as part of his plan, he's going to remove it. He already has removed that edging and then pour concrete on that side for the parking.
And how much, you know, how much is to the left, north?
Here,
Yes,
no, north would be this way.
Yeah,
to the left.
No, this
Yeah.
way.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
correct.
Oh, yeah, yes, sorry. Yeah,
So how far, do you know where that property line is that way?
the fence.
No, that's west, right?
That'd be east.
Yeah, to the left is north. Okay. So is that, your parents, wave your hand? No?
Right.
Okay. So is that their fence? Okay, so how much further north does his property line go? That pole.
On this side, there's.
Okay, that's 3 foot. What's the space between that building and the property line? Is that
10 and a half. 10 and a half feet. Yes, sir. It
That's
is.
10 feet from that pole to that building?
Yes,
That is not 10 feet.
according to the survey.
That's
Oh,
a,
no.
that's a Malarkey survey.
I doubt it.
I'm not making myself clear, but that does not look like 10 feet from that pole to the edge of that building.
That's what the setback.
Okay, setback, whatever. I don't know what the term should be.
But the building's already there.
Okay, so that, it's 5.1 feet. Is that appropriate? Is that what it's supposed to be? Okay. Okay, so.
Yes, the side.
Okay,
And that rear is the minimum is 10.
okay, now I got
So yes, it is 10 feet. According to the survey.
it. It says 5.1 feet.
Oh, on the side, but we're talking about the rear.
On the north.
Yes.
I'm following you, Doctor.
Yeah, okay, okay, okay.
Yeah, I'm confused, so. Okay, all right. So was that ever used as a garage?
Yes,
And so he pulled through there and that was a garage and then it was converted.
That's why there's concrete back there, the old driveway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Down, yeah. They would pull all the way back.
Yeah. Can you pull, yeah, right there.
Yeah, so where is he?
Oh, there. No, it goes through.
Yeah, go ahead and walk back there so we can see it.
It's a J.
Google didn't get that far back.
It's a J driveway.
Okay, all right,
You go in and go to the right for the garage.
all right,
Thank you, Doctor.
okay.
questions?
I don't know if it's a question or comment, but I do think it's fitting for the current situation. How are applicants getting advised to apply for a PD for a single family lot? I don't know if that's a staff question or what.
So,
On this particular.
yeah, in this situation, a specific use permit would be the tool to get an accessory dwelling unit. But it's set at a cap of 650. So in order to get around that, the only other tool would be for a zoning change to allow something that supersedes the cap that the zoning ordinance has set.
Okay, so essentially someone has consulted. Someone has advised the applicant to apply for a PD?
That would be the only tool that staff would have
Okay,
in order for him to get before P and Z and city council.
I was strongly advised against that tactic. And secondly, what would be the status of a board of adjustments?
Waiting on members.
Okay, so, okay, because
To me, there's no hardship.
I agree, but I do think there will be a preferred channel to go through
You, the
Well, not on this
council,
particular.
for this one, but they probably wouldn't qualify, but it's, Okay.
This one, really, it's either an SUP, if we're not gonna do an SUP because it's over the 650. The only other thing that you could potentially even ask for is a PD.
Right.
So that's what they.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Emmett. That's all I have.
Bob, on an
Yes.
accessory dwelling unit, is it required that it be family members in there?
I don't think that's legally enforceable because you don't know who lives back there. So that's a problem.
Yeah, that's how it's written in the ordinance.
Well, it's how you define family and who it is, and now you have STRs. It's
And what kind of
literally
enforce it?
impossible to enforce that kind of restriction.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, so this is number 14, right? Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No.
Oh, okay. All right,
I would recommend we do a motion to approve on these ordinances.
Okay.
Since this requires the supermajority regarding ordinance number 24016.
and that is a roll call.
Oh, it didn't have to be a roll call. I just
move your motion there.
Okay, so,
motion to approve ordinance 24016.
that's Lightfoot,
Second.
that is Smith. All right, those in favor of approval? Those denying approval? That's 5-0. Oh, 5.
So it fails and zoning remains the same and the
Petition.
ADU is not allowed.
ADU.
Correct.
All right. Item 15, conduct a public hearing and consider approval of ordinance number 24-017, City of Red Oak, Texas, amending the comprehensive zoning ordinance and map of the City of Red Oak, Texas, as heretofore amended by granting the change in zoning from Plan Development 66 revised 5 PD 66 R5 to Plan Development 66 revised 6 PD 66 R6 for the development of a convenience store with a gas pump on site on approximately 1.862 plus or minus acres of real property located on the northwest corner of Cole Road and Ovilla Road within the Edmund Shirley Survey Abstract number 1013, City of Red Oak, Ellis County, Texas.
Council members, this is a request for a 7-Eleven on the site located on the northwest corner of Cole Road and Ovilla Road. This is actually part of an approved PD, and the PD allowed for several uses, and a convenience store with fuel pumps is one of the permitted uses. It's just that if someone wants to develop on the site, they would have to come back with a site plan, landscape plan, and elevation plan so that you all can review and approve it. The convenience store would be approximately 4,751 square feet in size, and the entire site is 1.862 acres. If this is approved, they would have to subdivide. They would eventually have to subdivide the property. As you can see, this is actually one tract here. And they did submit this as a conceptual layout in the event that future development comes on the east side here, on this hard corner here. They showed that it could prospectively work out. They also showed a 24-foot access easement to be used between both sites. Access to the site would be from Pinehurst Road on the north and Ovilla Road on the south. There is a proposed, there's an existing public park on north of Pinehurst Road. So staff made recommendations to the applicant to present a convenience store that has outdoor seating, a patio style seating area outside with the facade which faces the park, which they showed here. The proposed building materials would be the Nichi-Ha fiber cement. It would also be a thin brick, a stone veneer, a Coronado stone, and cast stone gray, and it has some accessory architectural accessory units on it. So for the inspiration used for the elevations, we did get sample pictures from the Mansfield 7-Eleven. And then, as you can see, they also have the outdoor seating area as it's appropriate for a residential area. There is a residential subdivision that's directly north and east of this site. And as I mentioned earlier, there's a park there. So this was actually used as an example to say, okay, kind of emulate this exterior. So it did go before the Planning and Zoning Commission, and Planning and Zoning Commission sent it back and said, hey, work with staff on getting it as close as possible as you can with that sample. And what they did add was the Nichi-Ha fiber cement wall that juts out about, articulates out about 1 feet with a parapet on the roof line here.
So that
And-
looks like what y'all proposed like that?
Sorry,
That look like that?
does it look like it?
Yeah, does it look like that? Is this the one that y'all proposed?
Yes, yeah, yes, sir.
Okay, but they didn't come back with that.
No, they came back with,
Okay, just
Yes.
the one that you just showed. us.
yes,
Oh,
correct.
okay.
The difference was the wall that was added. Sorry,
Windows in that property?
this thing?
Any windows in it?
Oh, there's, oh. There's here, the windows.
You go to back of the front there.
So that's the front elevation.
The back was that, just that right there.
And this is the rear. And these are some other elevations that we have in Red Oak. This one's on 342 and 2377. 342, 2377. This one's on Avila Road and Hickory Creek, the latest 7-Eleven. And this one is in Glen Heights.
You don't have to talk about that. That's a different city. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Emma. So there are 3 people, Rebecca Tala.
We need to open the public hearing.
Oh, I'm sorry, we'll open that public hearing at 9:25. Oh.
Number 16.
Oh, I apologize. Oh. Bob White? Yep. Name, address.
Brad White, 2627 Tiller Street, Fort Worth, Texas. I'm the applicant. I'm here on behalf of Vaquero. We're the developer of the store. I kind of just wanted to, just first of all, answer any questions you may have. They just showed the store down the street on Avila. This store is gonna be a similar, almost the same size. The big difference is it won't have the Laredo taco in it. So it has a bigger floor space for fresh grab and go type foods, more drink selections, things like that. The question about the windows, if there were any windows on this building, given the floor plan, they would be the fake windows. So this is a different. So 7-Eleven's prototypes have evolved over the years, and they don't typically do a rear entrance. This is kind of a store. We worked with staff. We added the sidewalks from the soccer complex with the idea that people in the neighborhood or at the fields could walk across and get a Gatorade or something and sit on the back porch and have a place to sit and gather. The back entrance was added because of that request, as well as the sidewalks.
the whole store was upgraded as well. You know, this is far from a 7-Eleven prototype, one, because of the rear entrance, two, because the materials, you know, this is, the PD calls for 100% masonry on the front, 80% on the sides. We're showing 100% all the way around. This is a much more enhanced building than a typical 7-Eleven. And yeah, I'm just here to answer any questions anyone might have.
Great. Thank you, sir.
Just to clarify on that statement, Nichiha is basically hardy. It's just a brand of fiber cement, so we don't typically, we
What'd you say,
typically
Ben?
count that as a masonry product.
It does or does not?
It does not.
It does not.
Does not.
I was under the impression it did just because of previous projects. We use Nichiha in substitution for things like stucco. It's on that store on Ovilla as well. It doesn't fade, it doesn't chip, it holds up a lot better than a material such as a stucco or something. It gives a different aesthetic to the store itself, kind of as a wood appearance, but it's still a material that's durable and lasts. And that's why we use that in place of, you know, something.
What's it called?
Nichiha? So-
Nichiha fiber cement.
Yes.
But it's not masonry.
Fiber cement.
It's like Hardy Point, same thing. Just a different thing.
But it's not,
I don't see the
it's not
product
masonry.
again.
I guess per the city's definitions, I don't know, depends how you define it. It's made of cement.
Front of it, man.
Dr. Emma, may we see a different elevation, please?
Thank you, sir.
Front of it, yeah. There. Go back to the right. Yeah, I want to see the front.
Okay, he wants to see the,
Let's see the front.
there you go.
There.
That's the front, top left.
To the left.
Yeah.
And bottom left is the rear.
Okay.
Rear
Now,
looks better
now
than
we do
front.
have the one on Ovilla and Hinker Creek does have a rear entrance also, right?
No, it's got a side area for like,
No, it has a rear entrance because I went through it Friday.
With Laredo
oh, yes,
Taco?
it actually, yeah, it's
Laredo
got the
Taco?
parking in the
Yeah,
back.
yeah.
Yeah, it does have parking in the back.
We get special access.
Okay,
This looks awful.
so this
plain.
is
This looks awful plain.
we have one other item or it's not here.
For the record, we did have one submitted. It's in your packet.
Yep. Submitted in the packet. Okay, entertain a motion at 9:29 to close this public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Goodwin. Lightfoot. Those in favor?
Better close.
Yeah, close. Okay, hang on. Are we closing or not?
They're closing the public hearing?
Yes, we're closing the public hearing. Okay, that's 5-0. I'm sorry, because I only had two or three people voting and
I'll take it.
so, okay. All right.
Glad you told me.
So now questions,
I do have a question.
Sure.
Dr. Emma, could you kind of reiterate, you said you met with the applicant and you said you asked for something.
So we had a development review committee meeting and we showed the elevations of the Mansfield location with the patio, and we asked for it to replicate it or resemble it as close as possible.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Mhm.
and what did that look like again? Would you slide down, show us that? Like that?
Yeah,
So is that what you're asking about, where the windows are?
yeah, I want to see windows. I would, I would look at the bottom of the whole thing. I couldn't see anything.
Okay,
But that's a sharp looking building there.
okay.
But we need to put a little lipstick on this pig.
Was there, did you have anything else, Councilman Franklin?
So this is a good looking building here, but that other one is very, very plain. We need to put a little lipstick on the pig.
Yeah, I mean, I think the area where it's at, I don't know about lipstick on pigs or anything like that, but the area where it is, I mean, it's, it's a community area. I think we want it to be someplace that people want to go to.
Yeah.
I think we've got a lot of really good representation from 7-Eleven and other operators like them. I'd like to see something a little more A little more nice, a little more flashy in that area.
Meet the Red Oak
I don't
standard.
think we're far from it. I like the use. I like the compromises that are made. I'd just like to see a little bit more there.
Well said.
Like I said, pick up the front of it a little bit. You know, those others are really looking nice, really benefits the city, but this doesn't do much for me. I don't know about the rest of it.
We'll get
All
some more
right, so
pigs,
now
get
we're-
some more lipstick and do
All right.
something for big.
So now that we have back to a full council, I'll entertain a motion to approve ordinance number 24-017.
Just a quick point of order. If this is not approved, what does that do for the applicant? They can reapply again with any changes they might want to make?
Prejudice or?
I mean, or are they, you know,
No, this is just site plan, so it could come back.
okay, just want to be sure. Okay, so it's just the site plan that we're saying, this ordinance is referring to. Okay. Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I didn't mean to.
Would they have to do, deny without prejudice?
I hate this, but you can if they want to. Is the not,
Doesn't have.
well, let's do this. I like positive motions. I like to know if I'm voting for it. I like it. If I'm voting against it, I'm against it. But I would assume that unless we say differently, it's without prejudice.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean,
So I guess I'm still, yeah, I want to have a 7-Eleven there, but I
Okay.
think it needs to be goosed up.
Well, we got a goose and a pig, so. So why don't you entertain a motion to approve 24017?
Okay,
If it, so the understanding with council with nodding heads would be if it doesn't pass, you would like to see them bring back another iteration, so it is without prejudice.
so moved.
Second.
so that is Lightfoot, second was
Drake.
Drake. Those in favor, wave your hand. All right, those against, wave your hand, opposed. So that's 1 to 4.
No, I won't, excuse me.
Huh?
I'm opposed. 5 opposed.
Oh, 0 to 5.
Okay,
So
Based
it
on what-
fails.
it fails.
So the applicant can bring back a revised site plan.
Yeah,
Got it.
clear as mud. We
Yeah.
got it?
It's all in the semantics. That's why we have an attorney here to help us through this.
Okay.
I feel like I'm at the animal farm.
We can come up with a few more animal references before we're done if we need
Dogs.
Okay.
Typically a rat.
to.
Item 16, conduct a public hearing and consider
Eclipse.
approval of ordinance number 24-018, City Council, City of Red Oak, Texas, amending the comprehensive zoning ordinance and map of City of Red Oak, Texas, as hereto amended by granting a change in zoning from Ranchette Estates, RAE, to Plan Development 171, PD 171 for a mix of highway-oriented uses as set forth in the development standards on real property identified with property identifications number 295247, 295249, 273700, and 181278 Ellis Appraisal District, and located on the northwest corner of Steenback Road and Nokomis Road, and the northwest corner of Loop 9 and Nokomis Road, City of Red Oak, Ellis County, Texas. Okay. Dr.
Council members, this is a request for a zoning change from Ranchette Estates zoning district to Plan Development 171. The proposed use is for a retail complex on the site. As you can see here, the proposal is for a mixture of a retail, restaurant with private club for on-site alcohol consumption, convenience store with gas pumps, and a bank, and a restaurant without drive-in on the site. So with the development process, the applicant will start off with the development review committee meeting, and then we'll give them feedback, and then they'll make a submittal. During the first iteration of the DRC meeting, the applicant did submit a warehouse use on the southern section on the tract B, which is south of Loop 9. But we advised them to kind of go back to the drawing table and consider a retail complex for the site, which they did. And they did submit this conceptual plan. Tract A on the north, it is north of Loop 9 and west of Nokomis Road. So access to the proposed site will be on Nokomis and Loop 9. And for Tract B, access to the site would be from Loop 9 and Steinbach on the south. Tract A is about 17 acres and Tract B is 40 acres. Yes, yes, sir. So this is purely conceptual. So there's no end user in sight. This is so that someone who is interested in developing this as retail later down the road will have this and will be able to work on it and even rearrange some of the buildings on there. The future land use plan does identify it for planning area 5, and a retail, restaurant uses, bank uses, all those uses are seen as appropriate for this area, especially because of Loop 9 coming in and the impended traffic that will be passing through this area in the future. This conceptual site plan is showing screening, masonry wall from residential on the west side of Tract B and on the north side of Tract A, where there is residential zoning districts. In regards to architectural design, the first phase of development, whoever comes in to design it will bring about the architectural theming, and the developers that come afterwards will have to follow through with that. The applicants also submitted conceptual elevations, and these are just examples of to show these are the types of business that could prospectively come into this site. On the Tract B to the south, fuel station is limited to only if, so basically the order is that there has to be a grocery store and then a fuel station on this Tract B. That's where it's limited to. Like, for example, a Kroger and then the gas station, or Walmart, the gas station.
So just to clarify,
Mhm.
you're saying that what we're looking at here is not necessarily specific user, specific site plan, but we are dictating some of the uses for this.
Correct.
plan, and that's one of the conditions we're putting in.
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
So we are getting fairly specific with some of the conditions, but not specific with the users or anything like that.
Correct, yes.
Okay.
So
Originally, warehouse, basically.
Proposal.
So initially, there was a proposal to have it Tract B as a warehouse, but then staff advised them to go towards the more retail, restaurant, that type of use. Yes, correct. That warehouse and distribution,
Wait.
yes.
Originally they wanted warehouses with 18-wheelers there.
Right.
So we said no.
Away from that.
Yeah.
That's correct.
Good enough.
Yes.
And
So,
Emma, along, can you talk about the screening?
yes, so yeah, the screening would be on the west side of Tract B with the residential development. And then on the north side, there would also be a minimum 6-foot masonry wall with the residential development to the north. So on Steinbach, they do have to meet the minimum landscaping requirements, which is one large tree, 1 3-inch caliper tree per every 40 linear feet. And it has to be covered in a minimum of 50% shrubbery.
Pull down to Steinbach, where I can see Steinbach there.
Sorry.
There you go. So I think what I see there is a lot better than 1 tree per 40 feet. I just want to make sure that that's actually what's going to happen there. Because if those were the fronts of those retail businesses, it would be a different story, but you're looking at the rear of the retail businesses. So obviously you're going to have access to come in and out of there. But I think, you know, maybe some berming and some additional landscaping so that you're not just looking at the rear of those, which is how it looks on the drawing. I just want to make sure that that is actually what the plan is.
The plan is along the streets, it's what I mentioned earlier. So if we do want a denser screening, then that would need to be put into the motion.
Didn't there have,
Yeah.
I thought there had to be some, maybe it is just one tree per 40 feet.
And
Some sort of
yes.
Screening, that's all that's required, is that?
Yes, it's
We've
one.
required more than that, always gotten more than that in other developments that are abutting.
Yes,
residential, right?
yes. So this is 50% would be covered in shrubbery. So it could be evergreen. You could put a requirement for there to be 100% evergreen because those are green throughout the year and they're very dense. You could put a requirement, just like the other data centers that are west. They had 3 options. They could put a berm with metal fencing. So that'll really, the first development that comes in will really set the tone for the type of screening, because then we'll
So we
want
could
others.
dictate that when
Yes.
the specific site plans come up if they have
Yes.
anything. Okay,
Yes.
okay, that makes sense. Makes sense. Todd, is that what you were thinking? I mean,
Yeah,
okay.
that's what I'm getting at, because the way it's laid out right now.
I mean, yeah, how it
you're-
looks right
you're
now, is
looking- you're
what we
just
would think
looking
in
at
our
the
head
pictures.
would
But
be right.
when it actually comes in, it may be 20 years before this happens.
Right.
So at that point, it may be turned around and the front is running on
Basic, yeah,
sustained.
exactly.
But it is decorated.
Either
to
way,
separate it.
either way, you're gonna be able to come back whenever they bring the site plan, development plan and require additional screening. along
Correct.
there. That's what I'm getting at. I don't want everybody to just think they're putting up a tree every 40 feet and that's all it is.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's just the minimum.
Yeah, that makes,
Yes.
that clarifies that it's a minimum and it will be
Yes.
looked at again in more detail on the site.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything else?
Yes, yes, that's.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr.
So
Thank you,
this,
Doc.
this is a public hearing. We'll open it at 9:43. Billy Lacy on Zoom.
Yes, I am the owner of the property and we are obviously in support of this plan and we look forward to being able to bring services and retail opportunities to the city of Red Oak and add to your tax base. And we're very excited about the prospects of bringing development sooner than later to Red Oak. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lacy. You've owned the property for a while?
It's been in my family for over 80 years.
80?
80 years.
That's a
80
lot.
years.
80 years. Well, thank you for being here.
You're welcome.
Miss Rebecca. You said Tal? Toll, okay. If you'll come up, state your address, and you have 3 minutes to discuss. Is that you, sir, Mr. Lacy?
Yes.
Bye.
Name and address.
I thought I saw your,
He
Photo.
was on video while he was talking.
Yeah.
Just them-
oh, good.
Name and address.
Hi, I'm Rebecca Toll. My address is 3384 Nokomis Road. All of this development is coming right across the street from my house. And we have, in our area there, we have small children in all of the homes there. My concern right now is safety, because one of the things that was mentioned just about, the mall or whatever, that they're going to put over there is possibly clubs, and I'm not pleased with that idea because, we have 4 generations in our house. Our next door neighbors have small children too, on both sides of us and a couple doors down. And so what is the city of Red Oak going to do to protect us? And what are they going to do about noise coming our direction also on the Comus Road? Because nothing was mentioned about that. And, that's kind of a lot of my concern right now. We moved out to out to this little area out there to get away from the city, and the city's coming to us in Gallup. And I'm concerned about the safety of the children.
Thank you, ma'am. You have others?
And there is something else too. And another thing is that what are they going to do about the congestion on the street? Because this is going to bring a lot more traffic coming down the Comus Road. It's already torn up from the trucks and stuff that have been going to the Loop 9 project. And the other thing is well, about the maintenance of it and, let's see here. Well, that's mainly my concerns there is what that is, you know. Just, it's the safety of the children, because I mean, you know, we got little ones I've got a great grandson coming home tonight. And I'm concerned about the safety of them, because like if they put like a bar or something in there, you know, then somebody in the middle of the night may wander into my yard thinking it's a restroom, and I don't want that. So if y'all would please consider not putting something like that in there, even if you do put other businesses in there.
Let me just make a point really quick.
Yes, sir.
A restaurant with private club is like Olive Garden, Chili's, those type of things. It's not just like a club that is strictly a nightclub bar type situation.
Okay.
We're in a dry area.
Mhm.
So in order for a restaurant to be able to serve alcohol, it has to be done as a private club with the food sales. So that's what that's meaning here. I don't want you, I mean, you might not like
Okay.
that either, but I want to make sure
Well,
you're clear on what it is.
That's understandable. And, you know, that's not something where somebody's gonna be sitting there getting trashed all night, you know?
Exactly.
I was really concerned because I didn't want it to be like a club where people
Yes,
were
ma'am.
gonna be partying all night and then coming by my house in the middle of the night, you
Yes,
know?
ma'am.
That's what I was concerned about because we got small children.
Great.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ma'am,
And I want
that
to
ease your
clarify,
concern?
can you see this photo up here? So you, basically where you were standing, that's about where your house is, right?
I'm right there at Nokomis and Stayback.
I'm just, to help everybody.
Yeah, we're 2 doors down from Loop 9. We're right in between Stayback and Loop 9.
Ma'am, does that ease your concern a little bit?
Yes, it did.
Okay,
Because I was really concerned about that.
Yeah.
okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So that's city limits. That road that comes.
Part of it. Yeah, part of it.
So part of that we have to take care of, part of it's county, take care of that road. So,
And typically what will happen is when you develop the property, the road is improved at that point too.
so
So right now it's a small street with limited drainage, so when they come back to plat the property and do development plans and so forth, that would be a time where improvements might be required on the roadway itself.
and that's a requirement of the developer, once that happens. We don't necessarily foresee this happening for a while. We don't know.
It's hard to know, yeah.
Yeah,
It's hard to know.
so. yeah. Are you on the county side or are you on the city limits side? Yeah. So all I can say is our road is under a evaluation program every so often. Yeah, go ahead, sir. Every 5 years?
In that 5 years, we're making improvements.
Already identified through our study. Yep. So, and I will comment, I hate that Loop 9 construction traffic has tore up things. We don't have any say on that. Do we?
Not with Texas.
Not with TxDOT, because TxDOT's the one that's in charge of that.
Well, it's their contractors though.
But it's their contractors, so you could probably go to the state and say, hey, your contractor's been doing that, you need to fix these.
And
potholes in
we
front
can
of us."
talk to them too. I
And
don't know whether it'll help.
Yeah, because if they're coming down on our part of the road, then they should be fixing that. State should be paying for that, city shouldn't be paying for that. So, but we'll reach out to that if there's some potholes. Yeah, thank you very much. Lance Lacy. Oh, why did I
That's a
have two?
different one? There, you got two Lacy's. I think there's a Bill Lacy and a Lance Lacy or something. Wasn't there? Is there just one Lacy, Karen?
No, sir, both submitted the citizens' comments form. I don't know if both wish to speak, but.
Is the other Mr. Lacy on Zoom?
Hey guys, I'm
here with my father, Billy Lacy, but he's spoken on behalf of us.
Okay. Great. I just wanted to give you an opportunity to.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
You bet. Mr. Flannery.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your time. Am I good? Sean Flannery, 1631 Stainback Road, Red Oak, Texas. To be quite honest, this agenda has me completely baffled. I am very confused at how this agenda has gotten this far. Up to this point, the city has required significant forethought in planning to occur and to have significant developments ready to execute prior to consideration. I may not have agreed with some of those proposals, but I could never dispute the city had a plan. This proposal to me is completely out of character for the city of Red Oak. This proposal having any idea of who, without having any idea of who or what would actually develop, in my opinion, is a risk not worth taking to our community. Once it is rezoned, any business that qualifies to operate in the zone will. Because of the location, even with connections to Loop 9, will be difficult to entice high-end businesses development without significant abatements or enticements funded by the taxpayer. Further, how many Walmarts or Home Depots or Targets do you see with landfills in their landscapes right behind them? It's going to be hard to get those kind of businesses into that area because of landfill that's in proximity to that. The thing that concerns me most is the lack of planning that has been done on fire, police, first responders, support, power, water. None of these have been discussed or planned. I ask you to vote no on this matter and send it back to committee. If you don't, I ask you to consider the drainage. We talked before about drainage in this area. Bear Creek Swamp floods all the way up to my back door every time that we have bad rain. I ask you to consider that and make them put that into the plan to collect that water. I recommend that you use cedar trees that are going to grow and bloom out and cover up most of the structures that are going to be put in here, so that lady doesn't have to look at them every single day. I ask you to take a look at directional lighting and make sure that these developments have directional lighting that consider the residents that are going to live around it. I ask you to consider stoplights and the traffic patterns and the maintenance to the roads and the destruction of our roads that are going to be done by increased traffic. On your road evaluation, I ask you to take a look at those people and do some serious soul searching, because our road evaluation system, I think, needs some work. We have a lot of roads in our area that are just destroyed and need a lot of work. My time has expired. I thank you for your dedication to our city, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Mr. Moses.
Getting around a little better,
Huh?
Mr. Moses.
Yeah, I still got plate and screws in the foot
I
and,
know.
I bet a big old metal thing in my shoe, so I won't be my foot. So I'm still a lot of pain right now. Chris Moses, 120 Stainback Court. A quick note to Willie over here. Thanks for taking care of our elderly man over there with his mic. Anyway, on one of the notes that I wanted to make is, I'm not crazy about this. A lot of people, Mary, have called me, talked to me about this. They're not crazy about this. They didn't want to come because they felt like y'all failed them last time by voting for the data center. And I don't know if you guys are aware, but one of the data centers has already put the property up for sale that they bought. They put a for sale sign up there, and they're trying to sell it to make money off of. They're not building a data center like they originally planned. But if this did happen in our area, we need to have a concrete or a 8-off block wall along Stainback and Nokomis with cedar trees that are going to grow and fill in that area, so we don't have to look at those buildings on the backside. And as Sean said, we need directional lighting. The drainage is really bad, especially coming off Loop 9 now. These people's home is already flooded once this year due to Loop 9. And we've talked to TxDOT about that a little bit, and we're trying to get some of that resolved, but there's a lot of water coming down that road. And as far as Sean brought it up, and I wasn't going to mention it, but the evaluating of our streets, Tom Driver is not that bad a road compared to Stainback Court and Nokomis. And it's being repaired this summer. And I think I've talked to Todd about this already, but Stainback Court, y'all need to go out there, and anybody go out there and drive and look at Nokomis and Stainback Court and go look at Tom Driver and compare that. So whoever's evaluating those streets needs to reevaluate themselves. I'm just telling you that right now. I live out there. I drive it every day. But yeah, anyway, like I said, most of the people out there are against this, but I hope y'all would take that consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else here to speak on this? Okay. So, state your name, and since I don't have a sheet.
Hi, sorry, I'm Daniel Martinez. I'm with KFM Engineering and Design, the engineering firm that is working on this project. And I'm here if there's any questions. I'm not sure I have all the answers, but if you guys have any questions, I might be able to.
Sure. Thank you, sir.
I do have a question, Mr. Mayor, if I may ask.
Sure. You want to do it now, or you want to do it after we close?
I do have to close. Thank you.
Entertain a motion at whatever the
9:57.
9:57.
So move.
Second.
Franklin, Drake, those in favor? Okay, it closes 5-0. All right. Yes, sir.
Two questions. First question is for staff. Dr. Emma, well, actually both questions maybe. Can you confirm that the proposed development meets the zoning?
The future land use plan?
Yes.
Yes, it does.
Okay, thank you for that.
Mhm.
Secondly, it is owned by a private seller.
Correct.
Okay,
Private
city
property
has
owner.
no ownership in this particular. Okay, thank you for that. And lastly, could you speak to the drainage? I understand that the applicant is an engineer.
Okay.
Could we kind of speak to the drainage? Because I heard that concern of water, wastewater, flood, stormwater drainage. So can we?
So I know they're treating it through with a wastewater treatment plant.
Now
And
we're
there's,
talking about storm drain, right?
or,
Yeah.
or just,
So-
or
Just
just for the
stormwater, just
internal,
stormwater.
oh, just stormwater?
Yeah, so you can see on the plan, they've got 2 detention ponds that they'll detain back to existing condition before releasing it. Talking about zoning right now, we're not talking about engineering. So
Sure.
that level of depth will be looked at the time, as will that culvert crossing that's bad right there at Nokomis and staying back. Could be problems or with that, there could be upside.
Yeah. So to ease these concerns that people brought up, that's not what this meeting's about. And you don't look at that lighting, directional lighting, you don't look at that until the engineering takes place. Is that
Not at
correct?
the scale that we're talking about.
Just high level.
So actually lighting did make it into the PD regulations that they do, they can't have any bleeding over onto the adjacent properties onto streets.
Okay.
And they do have to be funneled onto the existing property. So there can't be any bleed over.
And any development that comes to the city has to be engineered so it doesn't shed water onto other places, correct?
Not more water than was already built.
Has to be no worse, potentially better.
Okay, but that's not part of this review, correct?
Right, no, that comes in with the actual.
Okay.
Yeah, and I definitely understand. I just wanted to kind of state that for the record to kind of ease some concern.
Sure.
That would not be taken lightly.
So most of those comments that I heard will actually come back during the development plan process. This is just the conceptual plan and the uses. So a lot of that will come back in the development plan, and even more of that will come back in the planning where they're actually looking at the civil engineering pieces. So it's not that we're not trying to take that into consideration. It's just, this is not the time for that yet.
Thank you.
So for you to think that it's being proposed without looking at that, you're jumping the gun. Okay, so there is a step-by-step process that cities, right? That engineering has to go
Yes,
through.
it'll again come back for a secondary zoning process. And then it'll come in for actual engineering and permitting. So all those layers get looked at. It gets deeper and deeper as you go into it.
It's issued, there's 3 things:
Okay, and what are those 3 things?
site plan, development plan, and the plat.
We're not done any of those yet.
We're not doing any of that yet.
We're just. Tonight, you have to establish what the uses are on the property. Once we know what the uses are, then the owner will then have to come forward, the developer
with, just like 7-Eleven come before you with a site plan, and traffic and where the PD conditions have been met. And then there's a development plan that goes along with that. And then ultimately the plat will have to go through, which is an engineering review to make sure it drains correctly and that there's adequate entryway and there's adequate utilities to the site.
Thank you.
And Lynn, go ahead.
I just think we know it from a technical standpoint, but sometimes the community may or may not know those particular steps. I kind of want to outline that.
And sometimes they get confused because sometimes we do bring all that at
all at
once.
once.
Right.
If
This
the
one
users
we're
know.
not.
And
If we know who the
landscaping will
user
be
is,
taken
we
in
go through
careful
all those
consideration
things
as well.
simultaneously.
We're just trying to control what's going in there right now.
If
Just
it is
long as-
developed,
We don't have a warehouse or.
We don't know times.
Yeah.
We
what
do
you-
know that we don't want a
we're
warehouse.
not doing well.
Yeah.
So we're trying to
What
control.
you're doing is
no
approving HO, or I call HO, but it's highway oriented businesses, which are generally retail or office.
Thank you.
I just
Alright.
want to make it clear real quick that also if it is developed, landscaping will be taken into careful consideration as well.
That's part of the site plan review and is required.
And the building.
And as for the building layout,
Yes, sir.
I want to make a couple of comments. I really appreciate Mr. Flannery's concern, particularly just prior to the election for council. He obviously has no concern for property rights of a fellow who's owned a property for 80 years and has the opportunity to start trying to do some kind of development for it. This is not anywhere within 10, 15 years of being anything happening. You have to have a hell of a lot of housetops to support something like this. And there's not enough housetops out on the east side to even begin to support anything like this. This is just initial zoning. And to get all upset and concerned about this right now is just scaring people who have no right to be scared for political purposes. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. All right. So I will entertain a motion. So this went to P and Z, correct? And their recommendation was to approve it.
Yes,
Was that unanimous?
correct.
Okay. Entertain a motion to approve ordinance number 24-018.
So moved.
That was, Franklin and Lightfoot.
Make it easy on you.
So I'm sorry. Those in favor by show of hands? That's 5-0. All right, item 17. Let's see. This is removal of a library advisory board member effective immediately. And this. We just accept this.
well, you have to make a motion to accept. I assume that there's the staff report that the person, why they're being relieved of their duties for non-attendance.
That's correct.
Okay. So entertain that motion to remove this board member.
So second.
Lightfoot and Drake, those in favor? That's a 5-0. Reports. Chief Plant.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Just want to bring a couple things to your attention. As I've been reporting, every month, we've had an increase in call volume. For March, we saw an additional 20% increase in call volume. Overall, for the first quarter, we're up 27% compared to last year, sir.
I'll apologize for that.
No, yeah, you might have had a couple of percentages in there.
You get no count.
Something else I'd like to highlight, we're going to be holding a community awareness open house at Fire Station 181 on Saturday, June 15th from 9 to noon. We're going to have like extrication demonstrations, fire extinguisher demonstrations and usage, rope rescue, physical agility demonstration, fire station tours, apparatus tours, that sort of thing.
Rope.
Rope.
rope?
Yes, sir.
So we get to rappel down off the
If you,
tower?
we'll put you in a
Down
harness.
the-
Absolutely. Come
You
on
didn't say
out.
You get to do it.
Oh.
They're gonna demonstrate.
Oh, I thought it was open to the public.
Well, we'll let you do it.
Tell me Todd gonna get out of that. We're not. I've had enough trees and ropes.
So we're planning on having a medical helicopter there as well.
Well, you'll need it if you let the mayor. repel it.
Yeah, well, hey, that's just in case. So we invite y'all out. We'll do some advertising. We're right now trying to get some vendors, not that they're gonna be selling things, but tied to the fire service of, colleges, things of that nature to be able to encourage youth on how they can get started in the fire service. So that's all I have, unless y'all have questions.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You don't need to
Chief
sign.
Wolf.
Fail, you don't need to sign. That's why I wrote fail though.
Mayor, council, I don't have a whole lot. I just wanted to highlight, we still are averaging a 3 minute and 39 second response time on all priority one call types. We're currently in our training cycle right now, recertifying officers on essential functions such as less lethal, taser, OC spray, defensive tactics. Sir? Yeah, you can do that too if you'll stop by the PD.
Get out of there.
Careful what you report out in these reports, okay?
Why are you going down the road? If I can't get the mayor, can I have the lawyer?
And
Needs a medic.
we're also seeing a little bit of an uptick in our cases that we're assigning to criminal investigations. We've seen a little spike and that's putting a little bit more strain on criminal investigations and those detectives handling those cases. We took possession of our drones for our drone program. We provided a little bit of a demonstration. We currently have 4 pilots in the training program. We already have 2 pilots who are 107 certified through the FAA. The rest of those pilots that will obtain that certification with their next class. And we'll have a total of 5 certified pilots on the PD side for the drone program.
Did you just take volunteers for who gets certified?
No, sir. We actually had an application process internally for that.
Great.
And we also took possession of the surveillance trailer that was approved in budget this last year. It arrived this weekend. We're still trying to figure out how to use it. It's a little tech's great, but tech's also got to be trained. So we're still working on that. And other than that, I'll answer any questions that you have.
Chief Wolf,
Yes, sir.
thank you for your report. How's things going at the animal shelter?
We are currently progressing with our final design process. We have a meeting this Wednesday with the architect again to finalize actual amenities and the type of products that are going to be used in its build out. So I'll be meeting with him and the rest of the animal control staff Wednesday, midday. But it's progressing well. And we're also preparing to move into our temporary facility as well. So we have all the equipment to be able to stand that up before we start the renovation on the existing building.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Chief.
Beasley. What do you have for fun for us to do?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So on March 22nd, the city of Red Oak participated and had a booth at the North Ellis County Business Expo sponsored by the Red Oak Area Chamber. Thank you, Councilman Smith, for coming out and helping out at our booth that day. So we actively participated and helped advertise that event. And then if you were not aware, we had an eclipse today. So we have spent a lot of March having biweekly staff meetings and, preparing for that event, marketing and, emergency preparations for that. So thank you to all of the staff members over there who sat through our biweekly meetings, even though with some hesitancy and doubt about today's event. That is all I have. I will take any questions that you guys may have.
No question.
No question.
Thank you. Mr. Hartman.
Mayor, Council, just wanted to update you on one of our subdivisions. We just did a walkthrough about a week and a half ago on this Meadow Ridge subdivision, which is up to the north side of Harmony at the end of Grand Meadow. They're wrapping up a few things and then we'll be accepting permits for that subdivision. So a lot of growth happening still over on that side of town. We're still getting about in between 20 to 30 permits a month for new homes. So, thanks.
Go ahead.
Mayor and council, I'm going to take the finance report this evening. Just a couple of highlights. Staff is still working on finalizing the audit. So next meeting, we plan to have a presentation by our auditors and request consideration approval for the financial audit. Current sales tax revenues are up 3.46%. So that's a good trend.
So where does our tax rate money go?
Our ad valorem taxes?
No, our sales tax,
Hotel
our
tax.
two cents, 2%, what do you want to call it?
Half those IDs.
The 2 cents that doesn't go to the state?
Yeah. So where's it go? How's it go?
So the sales tax revenue is broken up by 1%,
Okay.
1 cent that goes to the city.
Okay,
And then the remaining of it is split between the 4A and 4B.
okay. And those 4A, 4B are,
IDC and
IDC and
Okay.
EDC.
so what does EDC money, what can it be used for?
Well, our EDC money can be used for economic development opportunities within the city,
It might be what?
attracting retail and commercial,
Okay, and IDC money,
can be used for industrial development.
okay? And that's all it can be used for, correct?
Parks.
And parks as well. There's some small bits, but it has to be approved uses of those funds.
And it can't be given back out to the citizens.
Correct. Well, you could reduce it, I guess. You could take away the 4B,
Yeah.
the 4A.
But why would a city want to do that? Does that?
A lot of times
cause the
they'll
city to-
reallocate it to like a CCPD or a different use.
What's that mean? What's the CC?
It's a crime control district, so, or crime control money, so you can use it to purchase vehicles or you can use it for street maintenance, sales tax, that sort of thing.
Public transportation.
So the problem with doing that though, is that does not regenerate new sales tax that goes back in, and new property tax that goes back into the economy. So if you take it away from the IDC or the EDC, now you do not have that fund to try to bring in these businesses that will long-term generate more revenue for the general fund and for the ad valorem taxes to over time bring your tax rate down for your entire community.
Yeah, so how do we keep our roads and our infrastructure in check? That's property taxes?
It's property taxes, and then for large capital projects, we issue debt,
Like bonds or whatever.
COs or GOs, depending on the situation. Impact fees, we have,
We could have a lot more road problems if we didn't have that extra money to be able to fund the roads. Infrastructure.
Mhm.
Okay.
roads, water, sewer.
Some people don't realize how that money's used. I'm just clarifying.
And that's by state law.
Oh, that's state law.
Yeah, that's not by city of Red Oak. That is by state statute.
Okay. Good, thank you.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but you just hit right where I wanted.
The sales tax got you thinking, huh?
Yeah, it did.
So again, audit should be here next month with the auditors for your review and approval. And then staff is also in the process. We've reengaged our water wastewater consultant to start reviewing rates again as we get closer to budget. So that'll be up for discussion as well. And then staff is kind of working behind the scenes on winter averaging and things like that we do this time of year. Be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for
finance?
Finance?
None for me.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Miss Amanda.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I just have a couple of updates on recruitment. Right now, we only have our two positions or postings for police officers, lateral and entry. We've been working really hard on our annual performances and merits in conjunction with finance. And I do want to thank you all, council, on behalf of all the employees for approving those merit increases for employees. That's pretty much all I have to share from our monthly report. Welcome to answer any questions you may have.
And that'll be on their first paycheck this month?
Yes,
Which is
this
next
week.
This week?
This week.
You said only two positions open?
Be on there too.
It's two postings, so
Be a number.
police entry and police lateral.
Right, okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Benford.
Evening, Mayor and Council. Just a couple of things I wanted to point out. Well, our first thing I had on there was we finally migrated all our old data files off one of our old data servers. So we're finally starting to catch up on all the backlog we've had for quite a few years. So at least we're trying to catch up. So we've been trying to spend a lot of extra time lately trying to get all these old projects that have been sitting out there a long time and trying to catch up with all those. We've spent quite a bit of our time this month getting ready for the CJIS audit for the police department, which is the criminal justice information systems services. So trying to get ready for the audit that comes around every couple of years, and that'll be later this week. So we hope that goes well. They added the last time we did an audit, it was about 20 pages. This year it's 44. So they've added quite a few things just for us.
That's fun.
So then they told us, well, we won't enforce a lot of that till October, but we're going to go ahead and go over it anyway. So we'll get to wait till next time.
Okay.
But that's all I've got, unless you've got questions.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Cook.
Evening, Mayor and Council. March was a busy month for us in the library. We had lots going on. We were able to do some outreach with Shootman Elementary at their Literacy Night open house on March 5th. So we were able to attend that event as staff to not only provide resources to the community, but promote literacy and read across America. We were able to sign up kids and parents and families there at the event. So we were able to sign up 32 different people for library cards during that event. We were also invited out to Red Oak Elementary School to participate in their Read Across America week. And so we read to a few different classes, 3 different classes, able to read stories and interact with the kids. We were also able to engage with the community and facilitated 2 different field trips from one of the local daycares, Firehouse Daycare, and provided special story times to 2 different of their classes on separate days, and gave them a tour of the library and all the fun things we have going on. We also had our spring break excursions. So we did a full week of programming on the week the kids were out of school, and we had a huge success with our programs. So we did something different every day, and we had over 250 people attend our programs that week. Different program each day. We had chalk art, DIY kites, Super Mario Brothers. Partnered with Parks and Rec, and we appreciate their support as always for that Wednesday and Friday movie and arts and crafts. Did some karaoke, had Saturday story time that we've now reintroduced to the community for our weekend families that can attend during the week on Tuesdays, and prepared for St. Patrick's Day with creating their own leprechaun traps for the kids. So lots going on in March. We have some wonderful things coming here in April. We're doing a new program called the Human Library on April 19th at 3:30 p.m. So this is a new program that the mayors will be attending. So thank you for your support. So this is a new fun program where the kids get to check out an adult for 15 or 20 minutes at a time and get to hear different stories, hear about their life, ask them questions, and just felt like it'd be a great way to kind of the true stories, Mayor. True real life facts where they can, engage with you, whether it's career related or just on a personal level, kind of get to give a way to give back to the community, get real with them, interact. If we have anybody that's local historian or that's been here forever, knows all the Red Oak history, we'd love for you to participate. It will be an ongoing program, so spread the word. We also have Touch a Truck coming up on April 20th, where we'll be partnering with Parks and Rec and attending that. We have a great new program as well that was a huge success last month, so we decided to continue it on. It's Financial Future for Families. It's actually sponsored by one of our local members, DeKasha Holman. So it'll be taking place on April 20th at 2 p.m., where families can come out and learn about financial literacy to better prepare for their futures. So not as only is it engaging the parents, but it's also engaging the kids at a younger age to start bringing awareness of those aspects. We also have our Friends of the Library Bunko fundraiser on April 27th at 2 p.m. in the community room. So those tickets are now on sale for $20 per person, and all proceeds from that event will go back to the library. And I'm available for any questions.
It's an impressive list in and outside of this building. I like that a lot. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're doing everything we can to engage our community.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Cook. And Danny, so you're stepping in, huh? That was nice.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I just, hard act to follow with the library. We enjoy, getting to partner with them on a lot of events because, we have the same common goals, to get kids involved in the community. I do have one thing to speak about in my report, from a concerned citizen about Lake Trail Detention Pond at Hickory Creek subdivision. That has been ratified. Staff met and recommended some mitigation on that.
So what we've got on the north end of that pond at Hickory Creek Drive, the water comes through there at just such a huge rate when we get the big rains. The normal rains, it's not a big deal. But there was like I don't know, was it 3.5, 4 foot wide flume that comes all the way down and dumps into that pond. That water just blows it out. So it got to a point where it had eroded all down both sides of it and even underneath it. So it's almost like you got a bridge with the flume sitting up there. We were able to go in and do a lot of the typical maintenance around the grass and, stuff like that. But this one piece, what we did was we went ahead and pulled that flume out so that it's not a safety hazard. And the idea is to try to flatten that area out, put in either some riprap or some Cabian boxes, rather than putting that channel back in so that it's all channelized. It's coming through a wider area so that we don't get as much of that erosion. So that's what we're gonna try first before we try to go to some big elaborate hundreds of thousands of dollars or tens of thousands of dollars project to try to do that. We believe that that'll work. We've talked with city engineer and public works and parks. That's kind of the plan. Great.
Thank you, Danny.
That's all I have.
Yep.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Williams.
Mr. Popular.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Keep this brief, just update on our TxDOT utility relocates. That project's complete. Now we're in the process of working with TxDOT for the submitting of the final reimbursement. So that will take some time, but either way. And then our Methodist pump station, of course, the ground storage tank is in service. Chemical feed systems are in place and working. All the tanks have new mixers in them, so it will prevent statification. So that will help with the chlorine residuals, things like that. And I think the only big ticket item we're waiting on now is Encore. They have to set a new transformer and bring in higher, more service for the new pumps. New pumps are in place. And we're still operating on the current service with a couple of our older pumps. But anyway, so we anticipate that about 3 weeks from now. And that at that point, once that transformer goes in, the Methodist pump station project will be substantially complete, and they'll just wrapping up loose ends at that point. And so that's all I have. Take any questions. So,
Thank you very much.
thank you.
Questions, council? Okay.
No question.
The time is 10:26. And we will go into executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code, section 551.071, 551.087, 551.072. And we are expecting,
Well, there may be.
There may be some action.
there might be some actions. And that time is 6.
Councilman Brawley.
10:26.
How's it going?
And anybody we're inviting in?
Me and John.
Lee and John. The time is 10:56 and we will reconvene back into open session. And we do have one action item that we have to take care of, and we have a recommendation to be read.
Yes, Mayor and Council, as a result of the executive session, I have authored the following motion and a motion to approve a Red Oak Industrial Development Corporation expenditure in amount not to exceed $500,000 for the use of such funds for future land use acquisition earnest money deposits.
So moved.
That's by Lightfoot, second by Goodwin. Those in favor, raise your hand. That passes 5-0.
No further actions needed as a result of
The
executive.
time is 10:57 and let's go home.
So move.
So moved. Second. On favor.
Yep. 5-0.
I should have said it.
Nay.
I don't wanna go.